How many of you, if you're honest with me, do you know you have these choices and these areas in your life that you want to try to move towards? You know you want to try to change. You know you want to face some of these struggles, but fear sometimes paralyzes you. Anybody in here? Yeah, man, I've learned in my journey that I have to skydive that thing. And here's what I mean. I know sometimes, as when I was growing up, I didn't trust anybody. I know things that happened to me. My dad abandoned me. I always said, if I find the perfect person, if I find the perfect person, I always have the truth is that person's not here. People are people, and they're going to let you down. I've learned I can't put my trust and my confidence in the people, but it's in the process and the discipline and the action of the habit of finding the courage to touch fear in the face and take the step of beginning to trust people, which means I started talking, I started speaking. I learned to skydive that thing. Here's what I mean. There's a lot of fears and insecurities all of us have. We all have insecurities, like it, love it, or leave it. We all have things inside us that we try to keep secure because we have shame or embarrassment or we care what others think. I've learned to skydive that thing. Last year, a bucket list that I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to go skydiving. I'm an adrenaline junkie, but the problem is now, where I'm at in my life, I'm a husband, and I'm a father, and I guess my wife doesn't approve of me jumping out of planes at 15,000 feet. So I thought something that I've always wanted to do, I was never going to get the opportunity to do. But I was in Oregon, and I got there early, and I saw a sign, and it said, Skydive Oregon. And so I was like, yeah. I called my wife. If I can get my wife to say, yeah, we're all good. I called her and I'm like, hey, honey, I'm a little bit early. I've always wanted to, you know, it's something that I've desired to do. I think I'm going to skydiving. I'm cool. I'm not going to. Yeah, maybe. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm all right. I don't need to do that. It's not play smart. And she says, I don't think she meant it at all. But she says, I don't think she wanted to control me. She says, oh, no, honey, go for it. Do whatever you want to do. But yeah, if you don't want to do it, no big deal. That's cool, too. I know she didn't mean it. My eyes got so big. She said yes. So 20 minutes later, I call her. I'm packed up. I got an instructor around me. I got skydiving working, and I call her. Her eyes get so big. I hung up. She ain't saying no. I'm all in. But as I start going through the process of skydiving, as the instructor shows up, and as he started walking me through this process, my anxiety started getting higher. Like, he started coming to me and saying, listen, here's your pack, here's your chute, here's where you're going to fall. He put me on this counter. He said, this is my ninth jump today. I said, 9 times? Do you pack your shoes? And every time I said, so you packed your shoe 9 times today? Are we going to test the odds? Are we more cool? Or did you get tired? Did you miss school? He said, no, bro, it's cool. He showed me how he did it. To my anxiety, it's getting higher. This little ratchety plane lands. Ratchety. He said, all right, bro, let's get in, bro. He's from Oregon, so he's already kind of weird in the hip. As we get into the plane, he's standing behind me. My anxiety is on 10. Just like some of you, when you need to trust. You know that you want these areas in your life that you're insecure, and you get to the edge, and fear paralyzes you, and anxiety gets higher. Dude, I was right there. I've always wanted to do this, but through the process, I was so uncomfortable. We get to 13,000 feet. He said, listen, bro, we got 6 connectors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna connect this. I'm gonna hit all 6 3 times. Do this. You're gonna do it. You know, I know. We're secure. Skydive Oregon. Oh, yeah. 13K. He pulls the door up. He says, 30 to 40 seconds. I want you to experience this moment. So we're going to scoot to the door. We got 2,000 more feet of climbing. As we scoot to the door, and as we begin to get to that place, I want you to surrender out of the plane. I'm holding on. He said, okay, now we're there. Here's the next piece that I want you to do. I want you to take the bottom of your feet and touch the bottom of the plane and hang there. I got you. And I'm like, dude, I was terrified. In that plane was the safest place that I could have been. I've never felt more anxiety and fear in my life, even though I've always wanted to do it. But as soon as I trusted the process, as soon as I trusted the community of those entrusted to help me to skydive, as soon as I got to the place at 15K and he said go, and I took that step, and we skydived that thing. All the anxiety, all the fear, it evaporated as I free fell and I saw Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens, on top of the world. There's a lot of you in here that you struggle to trust. Fear has paralyzed you. You know there's areas in your life that you want to change. But man, you get to the very precipice at that door and you run back because it is uncomfortable. And I need you to know change is uncomfortable. I've learned to skydive. We need community because you're never going to climb the ladder of your life on your own. When I was in Colorado earlier this year, I said, hey, bring the ladder out front. What are you going to do the ladder? We all improvise. And every school that I go to, I have these ladders and they bring them out. And what's amazing about these ladders is everything is different. Some are orange, some are yellow, some are blue, some are fiberglass, some are aluminum, some are steel, some are covered in paint, some are brand new, some are 8 foot, 10 foot, 12, 16 foot. All these ladders are unique and they're just like you and me, man. Our life, our story, our storms, we have a very unique set of circumstances to us personally. But no matter what your storm, your life, your journey, your ladder is, the only way that you can get from the bottom to the top is you gotta climb. I mess up and I would fall. And I would try to get in, trying to figure out, overcome my struggles and my insecurities. And I would climb this ladder and I would get up and I would fall. Because I knew at the top of this was focus, at the top of this was leading, at the top of this was and I would try so hard to white knuckles and climb, and I realized we can't do it on our own. Because valuing people is important. And I now live a life of horizontal and vertical relationships. And what I mean by that, I have to understand taking off my mask and living in community is so important because we're better together. And when I started having horizontal relationships, peer to peer, people who understood me, people who relate to me, people who get where I come from, I leaned on them and allowed us to know that we're not island, but we're in spots. Horizontal relationships. But also the verticals, the mentors, the coaches, the teachers, the people who have been battle tested. It's like when you wear a seatbelt. You put a seatbelt on, and many times when we put the seatbelt on, when we were kids, what did we do? We took the chest back, we put it behind our back. And I realized, even with a lap belt, that horizontal relationship, it'll keep me kind of safe if there's an accident. But if I'm not wearing the seatbelt appropriately or the way I'm supposed to, it's not the most effective tool to get me safe from point A to point B. If I'm in an accident and I'm only using a horizontal relationship, just my peers, and that's the whole strap, the vertical strap, the mentors, the coaches, there's so many flash, had trouble. And as I began to climb my ladder, and I tried to do it on my own, man, with all my suicidal thoughts, I would fall, and all my self-harming and my insecurities, my anger, and my ratings, and I would fall, and I started getting involved with the drugs and the alcohol, and I would fall. I was so isolated. I had the traumatized abuses that happened. I wore the mask, so I tried to do it on my own. I didn't never get there. But when I started being transparent, I took off my mask and I started letting my friends in my life, as I could climb my ladder to catch me. And you can't climb my ladder. As you guys start to stabilize the base of my ladder, and you guys start to get a piece of secret, even though I'm making mistakes, I'm not doing it alone. Even though I have a lot of character issues that I'm working on, you don't see my blind spots, I don't even want to begin to finally progress. But honestly, I get to a place that you guys have never been either. my peers, that horizontal relationships, the lab, but it's important. But eventually, as my friends, as my tight-knit circle, I'm going to get to heights I've never been either, because as we group society, there are men, those mentors, those coaches, those people who have lived life that we need to speak into our lives. It's also about vertical relationships. And when I began to find the courage and understand the power of transparency and accountability and hard work and make good choices, but also value people. And this is my ladder. This is my life. It's unique for me. I have my own walls. I have my own pains. I have my own traumas. I have my own stuff. And I have to climb my but I also need my mentors. And I began to use the community. Really, I would say anyone will let me go to fun, I go and I talk. And it's been an honor that we've been in front of nearly 1 million people on one platform or another. And last year, it's actually went international. We did schools in Sao Paulo, Brazil, schools in Tokyo, Japan, did schools in Guatemala City, Guatemala, and Harare, Zimbabwe. And honestly, it's a real humbling experience to get to live life with so many people. And honestly, the message is what I always say when I speak in communities is my story, your story, it's the story. It's really just the story of people desiring to want to belong. It's really the story of people desiring to want human connection. It's really just the story of people trying to figure out who we are and what we want to become and what we want to achieve. And we have all of these pressures, though. We have the pressure of the culture. We have the pressure from our peers. We have the pressure from our communities. Students have pressure of school, pressures to perform. Parents have pressures of bills to pay and to take care of people. Like raising parents, raising children is probably one of the most challenging, fearful, crazy, amazing, exciting. What are we doing? Like literally as parents, we're shaping the culture of humanity because the kids, the children that we're raising, that they're going to go on and do something, and that something now, man, I've learned in my journey that I have to skydive that thing. And here's what I mean. I know sometimes, as when I was growing up, I didn't trust anybody. I know things that happened to me. My dad abandoned me. I isolated. And I always said, if I find the perfect person that I can count on, if I find the perfect person that I can trust, then I will. But the truth is that person's not here. People are people, and they're going to let you down. I've learned I can't put my trust and my confidence in the people, but it's in the process and the discipline and the action of the habit of finding the courage to punch fear in the face and take the step of beginning to trust people, which means I started talking, I started speaking. I learned to skydive that thing, and here's what I mean. There's a lot of fears and insecurities all of us have. We all have insecurities. Like it, love it, or leave it. We all have things inside of us that we try to keep secure because we have shame or guilt or embarrassment or we care what others think. I've learned to skydive that thing. Last year, a bucket list that I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to go skydiving. I'm an adrenaline junkie. But the problem is now, where I'm at in my life, I'm a husband and I'm a father. And I guess my wife doesn't approve of me jumping out of planes at 15,000 feet. So I thought something that I've always wanted to do, I was never going to get the opportunity to do. But I was in Oregon, and I got done early, and I saw a sign, and it said, Skydive Oregon. And so I was like, yeah. I called my wife. If I can get my wife to say, yeah, we're all good. I call her and I'm like, hey, honey, I got done a little bit early. I've always wanted to. You know, it's something that I've desired to do. I think I want to go skydiving. Nah, I'm cool. I'm not going to. Yeah, maybe. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm all right. I don't need to do that. Sounds like smart. And she says, I don't think she meant it at all, but she says, because I don't think she wanted to control me. She says, oh, no, honey, go for it. Do whatever you want to do. But yeah, if you don't want to do it, no big deal. That's cool, too. Look. Dude, I know she didn't mean it, but my eyes got so big, she said yes. So 20 minutes later, I call her. I'm packed up. I got an instructor around me. I'm at Skydive Oregon. I call her. Her eyes get so big, I'm straight saying no. I'm all in. But as I start going through the process of skydiving, as the instructor shows up, and as he starts walking me through this process, my anxiety started getting higher. Like, he started coming to me and saying, listen, here's your paddle, here's your chute, here's how you're going to fall. He put me on this counter. He said, this is my 9th jump today. I said, what, bro? 9 times? Do you pack your chute? He said, every time. I said, so you packed your chute 9 times today? Are we going to test the odds? Are we good? We're cool on one more? Did you get tired? Did you miss a fold? He said, no, bro, it's cool. He showed me how good. Dude, my anxiety is getting higher. This little ratchety plane lands. Ratchety. He said, oh, bro, yeah, whoa. He's from Oregon, so he's already kind of weird and hippie. We get into the plane. We start ascending. He slides in behind me. My anxiety is on 10. Just like some of you, you know you need to trust. You know that you want these areas in your life that you're insecure. You get to the edge and fear paralyzes you and anxiety gets higher. Dude, I was right there. I've always wanted to do this, but through the process, I was so uncomfortable. As we get to 13,000 feet, he said, listen, we got 6 connectors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna connect this. I'm gonna hit those 6 3 times. Do this. Woo! You're gonna do it. You know, I know. We're Skydive Oregon. Okay. He pulls the door up. He says, listen, the free fall's only gonna be about 30 to 40 seconds. I want you to experience this moment. So we're going to scoot to the door. We have 2,000 more feet of climbing. As we scoot to the door, as we begin to get to that place, I want you to Selena out of the plane. I'm holding on. I'm like, no! He said, okay, now we're there. Here's the next piece that I want you to do. I want you to take the bottom of your feet and touch the bottom of the plane and hang there. I got you. And I'm like, no! Dude, I was terrified. In the plane, which was the safest place that I could have been, I felt no anxiety and fear in my life, even though I've always wanted to do it. But as soon as I trusted the process, as soon as I trusted the community of those entrusted to help me learn to SAWANG, as soon as he got to the place at 15K and he said no, I took that step. And we skydived that thing. All the anxiety, all the fear, it evaporated. As I free fell, and I saw Mount Hood, Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens. On top of the world. There's a lot of you in here that you struggle with trust. Fear has paralyzed you. You know there's areas in your life that you want to change, you need to change, but man, you get to the very precipice of that door, you run back because it is uncomfortable. And I need you to know, change is uncomfortable. I've learned to see it. We need community because you're never going to climb the ladder of your life on your own. When I was in Colorado earlier this year, I said, hey, bring this ladder out front. I said, what are you going to do with the ladder? I said, I have no idea. I'll improvise. And every school this year where I go to, I have these ladders and they bring them out. And what's amazing about these ladders is every school is different. Some are orange and some are yellow, some are blue, some are fiberglass, some are aluminum, some are steel, some are wooden, some are covered in paint, some are brand new, some are 6 foot, 8 foot, 10 foot, 12, 16 foot. All these ladders are unique and they're just like you and me, man. Our life, our story, we have a very unique set of circumstances to us personally. And what your storm, your life, your journey, your ladder is, the only way that you can get from the bottom to the top is you gotta climb. And I tried to climb my ladder on my own for so long. And I would climb and I would mess up and I would fall. And I would try to get inside the thing, I would overcome my struggles and my insecurities, and I would climb this ladder and I would get up and I would fall over. I knew at the top was purpose, at the top was meaning, at the top was peace. And I would try so hard to white knuckles and I would climb, and I realized we can't go on our own. Just valuing people is important. And I now live a life of horizontal and vertical relationships. And what I mean by that, I have to understand taking off my mask and living in community is so important because we are better together. And when I started having horizontal relationships, peer to peer, people who understood me, people who relate to me, people who get where I come from, when I leaned on them and allowed us to know that we're not an island, I won't see my blind spots. Horizontal relationships. But also the verticals, the mentors, the coaches, the teachers, the people who have been battle tested. It's like when you wear a seatbelt. You put a seatbelt on, and many a time when we put the seatbelt on, when we were kids, what did we do? We took the chest strap and put it behind our back. And I realized that, yep, even if a lot of that horizontal relationship, it'll keep me kind of safe if there's an accident. But if I'm not wearing the seatbelt properly or the way I'm supposed to, it's not the most effective to get me safely from point A to point B. Because if I'm in an accident and I'm only using a horizontal relationship, just my peers, and not using the whole structure of the vertical strap, the mentors, the coaches, there's still going to be whiplash, there's still going to be head trauma. And as I began to climb my ladder, and I tried to do it on my own, man, with all my suicidal thoughts, and I would fall, and all my self-harming and my insecurities and my anger and my rage, and I would fall, and I started getting involved with the drugs and the alcohol, and I would fall because I was so isolated. I had been traumatized, abuses that happened. I wore the long, but I wore the mask, so I tried to do it on my own, and I could never get there. But when I started being transparent, I took off my mask and I started with my friends in my life, as I could find like, oh, punch me. You can't climb my ladder. But at the end of the day, as you guys stabilize the base of my ladder, and you guys start to give me a good place of center, even though I'm making mistakes, I'm not doing it alone. Even though I have a lot of character issues that I'm working on, you help see my blind spots, and I'm able to begin to finally progress. But honestly, I get to a point that you guys have never been either. My peers, horizontal relationships, a lot, but it's important. But eventually, as my friends, as my tight-knit circle, I'm going to get to heights that you've never been in. Because as we grow as a society, there are men and women, those mentors, those coaches, those people who have lived life that we need to speak into our lives. It's also about vertical relationships. When I began To find the courage and understand the power of transparency, accountability, and hard work, to make good choices, but also value people. And this is my ladder. This is my life. It's unique to me. I have my own flaws. I have my own pains. I have my own traumas. I have my own stuff. And I have to climb my ladder, but I'm not supposed to do it on my own. I need my peers, but I also need my mentors. And as I begin to use the community and have these relationships, I can climb, you can go, and you can catch me. I get to height where I've been. Perspectives change, and I'm terrified. But I have coaches, I have mentors, I have parents, I have people, I have the vertical relationships that can inspire, that can encourage, that can give me safety, that can stabilize my ladder so I can get to a place in my life where I can stand, that I can reach heights that I could never do on my own. And for so long, I neglected the power of community. And for so long, I neglected how we're better together. And for so long, I thought that I had to isolate. And I fell off my ladder. And I never got to my purpose. And yet, listen, y'all. Transparency, accountability, and valuing people. Community is important. But you also have to hard work. Make good choices. Hard work, make good choices. You have to climb the ladder. I learned, y'all, we are better together. And what happened with my father is he would always challenge me to take control of my life. I have all these little side stories I talk about, like him challenging me. He never let me win anything. If it was a basketball game, if it was a game of chess, if it was a game of horseshoes, if it was tic-tac-toe, my father would always demoralize me, beat the brakes off of me, because he always wanted me to know hard work works. Good choices, good things happen. And ultimately, what he was really trying to teach me was to learn when things aren't going your way, giving up is not an option. At a young age, he was trying to teach me resiliency and perseverance. And honestly, that's something that many of us in the culture today, we lack. Our roots are deep. The reason is, it's not anyone's fault. The world today is so fast-paced. The world today, we have so many things on our plate. We have school, we have work, we have society, we have the culture, we have our social life, we have technology, we have all these expectations, and we find ourselves comparing and competing, and what's happening is our roots aren't going as deep as what they used to. We just have more on our plate. And when we don't have a deep root system, storms and adversity can blow us over much easier. I always tell parents this, that the same struggles that many of you had when you were younger, the same issues, the same challenges, they're knocking us over as yet a little easier because our roots are as deep, and I have some reasons why. If you like it, love it, believe it. The same generation that we as the adults in here grew up with, I always love it when I'm in Kansas because I can literally say we're not in Kansas anymore. Because the truth is, the world is changed and it's never ever going to be the same. Technology is now a factor of society, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but right now we are at the very forefront of an evolution, a revolution that we will never have to face ever again. This is the first generation that students have never not known this thing. This is the first generation that parents have had to learn to parent with this thing. This is the first generation of teachers having to educate with this thing. This is the first generation of medical fields having to try to analyze and to fix their social and emotional and medical issues with this thing. We're at the forefront of a technological advancement that we've never seen before. And it's not necessarily bad, and I know some of us can be critical of this, but at the end of the day, when I was speaking with Dr. Strockman in Phoenix, she said, and she has from the very forefront of the social media journey, actually all the way back when the Columbine incident happened, and they realized that there was a thing called MySpace, and that even though we didn't see it happening, their MySpace had it revealed. She knew then that this was going to be an issue. So she's dedicated her life since then to study and the challenges of the digital world. And what she said to me when I was face to face with her, she said, Nathan, listen, at the end of the day, this isn't bad, but right now we haven't quite figured out how to regulate this thing. She said, at the end of the day, if you look at the food pyramid chart, technology is kind of the same. At the baseline, we have the grains, the good nutrition things that we need, and then it has the milk and the vegetables and the fruits and the sweets, and it's the whole pyramid piece, right? She said technology is kind of the same, Nathan. There's some technology that's good for us. Our ability to study, to be more connected with our understanding of how the world operates. There is a place for this, but what's happening in the society right now, most of us are living on the top triangle where the sweets are, just the social media piece. And she said, I have full confidence that we're going to figure this out. And what I've learned to liken it to is that when the automobile revolution began to happen and the industrial revolution happened, when things began to change, back in the day, seatbelts were a necessity. But then we realized that the vehicles were going faster and they were getting a little bit more dangerous, and we had to begin to wear seatbelts a little bit more often, and we had to really regulate that thing. Now we can get into the car and we can go from point A to point B. For the most part, many of us get there safely. But it had taken time. She said, technology, it's going to be the same thing, but it's just taking time. Because truthfully, this has added another. When the parents in here, when you were students, when you were children, you digested about a newspaper worth of content a day. The truth is today, the young people, the younger generation, and us as adults, we're digesting 3 to 5 newspapers worth of content every single day. And us as adults, we were kind of developed in those developmental stages of our early youth and adolescence. We developed perseverance. We developed resiliency. We developed some skills that today we can still handle these things. But our youth today, they don't quite have those same capabilities because the 3 to 5 newspapers worth of content, it's causing short circuits. And so what that means is that we just have to continue to be effective and to be very present. And we're going to figure this out. You see, technology has added a new factor to our journey. It's just a common reality that we can't change. But we will begin to figure this out as time. We just have no data to draw from. This is the very forefront. And so we're all in this together. Parents to students, students to teachers, teachers to the medical and professional field. Like, we all have to understand that we are better together. And this is a process. And I'm talking a lot about the technological piece because it does factor in. You see, when we have more elements that are being added to our situation, what's happened, like I said a little bit ago, for the adults in here, you kind of have the ability to handle some of these storms, but the youth haven't. And see, the storms, they can, if we understand them properly, they can cause our roots to go deeper. Why tree roots go deep is because there's wind and there's adversity. But what's happening in today's society, we don't have such a great root system. So the same struggles that we as adults battled with, us as the youth, man, it's a little easier for us to give up. It's a little easier for us to kind of throw in the towel. And it almost seems like in my story, when I was a young man growing up, I was walking in a lot of the same struggles that the youth are dealing with today. Because my father, even though he was my hero, my icon, my role model, I thought I had a picture-perfect family. At a young age, going into the 7th grade, my parents, they went through a divorce, and it blindsided me. It caught me so off guard. I was naive enough to think that I had a picture-perfect family. And when my parents set me down, and they began to reveal the separation and this divorce, and my dad was ripped out of my life. Truthfully, man, it was so difficult because my parents never fought in front of me. And it didn't make any sense to me because my parents, they did what many of us as a society do. We try to mask our hurts and our pains. We try to put on this fake face. We try to suppress our struggles, and we try to project and portray to everybody around us that it's all okay, even though behind the scenes, below the surface, the reality of it is sometimes we have issues. And for me, when my parents got divorced, well, I did what they did. I learned to do exactly what they learned to do. I learned to put on my fake face. I learned to walk the walk and talk the talk. And on the surface, it looked like everything was fine. But behind the mask, the hurts and the pains, the struggles, behind the mask, I was screaming, but I was silent. Behind the mask, I was struggling, but I was quiet. But I learned to do what my parents did, and that was to put on the fake face and to walk the walk and to go through the motions. And many of us, we know when we relate to that mask. Many of us know what I'm talking about, that even though on the inside there are challenges and there are issues and there are things that we are battling with, we put on this fake face and we go through the motions. See, I didn't know as a young man that it's okay to not be okay. And I didn't know as a young man that at the end of the day, we're better together. And I didn't know as a young man, like I always say, not one of us in this room, not one of us in this city, in this state, in this country, on this planet, not one person is meant to have to do this alone. No one is an island. We are better together. And at the core root of all of us, we desire human connection. But sometimes what happens is when we go through struggles, adversity, and situations, even though we long to be connected, we get rewired because trust gets broken, and we develop this sense of protection. We keep everybody at an arm's reach distance. That's what I did. And the problem is when we don't speak up and speak out and be vulnerable and transparent and be honest about our stuff, the social and the emotional pressure it can build, and pressure busts pipes. The number one way we as people are meant to deal with our hurts and our pains and our struggles is that we're supposed to talk, to communicate. That's what makes you and I as people different than most every other living thing on this planet, is our ability to communicate at a high, sophisticated level, our ability to process feelings and emotions. And when we don't walk into that space and we suppress the social and the emotional aspect of who we are, that pressure begins to build, and it won't go away. It will find dangerous and destructive ways out. And in today's situation, when we add the technological piece, this extra pressure of what social media does add, yes, I believe there's a place and a space for that stuff to be connected. But what's happening is we find ourselves comparing ourselves to everybody, and we have these picture-perfect images, and we don't seem like we measure up. So we suppress our real feelings and our pains. And the problem is, even though most of us know we should talk about our issues, and that we need to talk about our issues, and we should talk about our issues, we don't, because I don't know what you will do with it. And so I mask it and I suppress it. And the pressure busts pipes. How do I know? Well, the parents got divorced. I was a great straight A student, thriving, good in sports, a great personality. But behind the mask, there was a lot of pain. And I went from middle school to high school as I started comparing myself to what society says I was supposed to look like. High school, it's a time of development, and we as students, even though a lot of times we act like we don't care, peer pressure is a real thing. We care so much what people think about us. Adults, we kind of do the same thing. We act like we don't, but many of us as adults, we care about the opinions of others. That's why a lot of times we hide some of our marital issues. We hide some of our defects and our flaws. We hide some of our insecurities, because even as adults, we have a hard time being vulnerable. And for me as a student, as I was growing up in these times when I wasn't operating the number one tool of my ability to decompress my hurts and my pains, which was talking and communicating, the pressure builds. And for me in high school, there was times that I would isolate myself, and the whispers would get louder. Thoughts of giving up, you're alone. Thoughts of, why don't you just quit? Nobody cares about you. And I wouldn't speak up because, again, I was so scared to communicate those issues. And in high school, I battled suicidal ideologies. In high school, I battled suicidal thoughts. And in high school, at the age of 18, I climbed the ladder. And there was a point in my life when I tried to take my life. See, the pressure behind the mask, one way that it will find its way out is thoughts of ending it. And we see others on TV or on the news or in the media making these choices. And so we begin to think that maybe I should too. Communication is the number one defense of not isolating where the whispers get louder. But a lot of us, we've lost our voice because we don't think that we can, or we don't know how, or what will others think about us, so we don't. Some of us, we deal with the pressure in a different way. For me, besides having thoughts of giving up, I remember there was times that I would have these anger, these hurts, these frustrations, and I couldn't control these, and I didn't know how to deal with these, and I couldn't handle these feelings. So when I felt this way, I remember there was a time that I could inflict pain and harm and injure myself because I can control this. And you know, every school that I go to across the country, I ask students these questions. I ask the students, how many of you in this school, how many of you in this community, how many of you in this school here, have you heard a classmate, have you heard a friend, have you heard somebody, not you, but somebody you know, talking about or entertaining the idea of maybe having choices to end their life, to make that forever decision, and hands by the waves get raised. I ask students, how many of you do you know somebody? Have you heard somebody? Have you seen somebody dealing with their hurts and their pains with self-injury and self-harm? And hands by the waves, no matter what city, no matter what state, no matter what country I am, hands get raised. I can even show you and prove it to you here now, adults. How many of my students in this room, this school year, have you heard a classmate, have you heard a peer in your community talking about and entertaining the idea of giving up on life? Would you raise your hands, please? And in every school that I go to, I ask these questions. And when I begin to inspire students to know, because every hand that gets raised, that represents a silent struggler, that represents somebody, that hand that's raised, it represents a proxy of a heartbeat of somebody who's crying out. And when I tell the student body or the community events or wherever I'm at, I try to inspire young and old alike to understand something. Feelings are complex and complicated and difficult to deal with. And feelings can cause us to make decisions and be impulsive that aren't based in facts. Just because you feel alone, it doesn't mean you're really alone. And just because you feel isolated and you feel like nobody understands you, it doesn't mean that you really are isolated and nobody understands you. And I always ask the school body or the community event, I always say, listen, your hands will represent a beacon of hope. I'm asking you the question about you now, a general arching question. But how many of you in here, in your own story, and I inspire the students to own this question because their hand will represent a beacon of hope to prove to our silent strugglers that they're not alone. I get passionate. And I always ask the students, how many of you in your story, and I'll ask it tonight even to the young and the old in here, how many of you in your own personal journey, in your own personal story, have there been times in your life on a general question, you personally as a young man, a young lady, an old man, an old lady, a person in general, I'm not calling any of you old, but how many of you in your own journey have you felt alone, by yourself, or like nobody understands you? Would you raise your hand tonight? And see, everywhere I go, so many of us raise our hands because growing up and dealing with emotions and feelings, it is complicated. No matter who we are. And what I do when I ask that question, we've literally had thousands of students say, when I saw all those hands get raised, it helped me understand that I'm not alone. And I show the students or the adults or anybody in that venue, you see the hands raised by default, by people feeling alone. It lets you know that even though you feel alone, it doesn't mean you're really alone because people feel just like you. But we won't know that because sometimes we isolate and we protect and we don't communicate. You see, I dealt with all of these issues, as well as having thoughts of giving up, as well as dealing with self-injury and self-harm. I have scars on my hands. I've also recognized, and we all know it, we can use the word bullying. I like to call it for what it really is. It's verbal, mental, emotional abuse. And ultimately what it is, there are people that wear the mask and they suppress their hurts and their pains. And instead of having thoughts of giving up, instead of dealing with self-injury and self-harm, some of us, we cope different with the hurts and the suppressions. We look in the mirror and we want to belong. There's nothing wrong with that. But we've learned to come to school and we've learned to go to our workforce and we've learned to deal with people this way. We try to take our worth and take our value and step on people and hide behind our words and hide behind our fists, because hurting people hurt people. And what I always try to inspire those hurting people to know, you can't take your worth and you can't take your value. And you can step on me, and you can clown on me, and you can get your friends and your peers and your community to laugh at your jokes, and you can act like you don't care. But when all that's stripped away and you're by yourself and you look in the mirror, you still don't feel what you're trying to take. Because you can't take your worth and your value. And you may make fun of me, but I'll go on to college, or I'll go on for the rest of my week, and I will forget about you one day. But you're stuck with you. You're walking wounded. And the challenge is, if we can get hurting people to get to the root, why do I treat people the way I treat them? You see, when we wear the mask and we suppress the social and the emotional, it comes out in all these destructive ways. It comes out with suicidal ideologies, and it comes out with self-injury. It comes out with hurting people. And for others, yet again, it finds a new way to surface. For me, when I was in school, besides having ideologies of ending my life and self-injury and me hiding behind my words and my fists, peer pressure is a real thing of fitting in, trying to maintain images. And for me, there would be students that, hey, Nathan, pop the pill, take the drink, smoke this, try that. And I was like, nope, I'm never going to, because I'm going to prove to my dad that I don't need him. But eventually peer pressure is real because we want to belong. At the end of the day, even when we wear the mask and we suppress, we get into this really difficult situation, because most of us, we put on the mask because of an abuse, because of a trauma, because of an experience that's been difficult for us to navigate. And even though we want to belong, as a kid, we desire to want to be a part of friends and circles and crowds and people, but we go through things and we get rewired to protect. But even though we're rewired to protect, young and old alike, there's still that core piece of you that desires to belong. And for some of us, we start eventually turning to drugs and to alcohol. We start turning to substance abuse, if it's a pill, if it's subscription pills, if it's alcohol, if it's weed, if it's cocaine, if it's an opiate, whatever it is. For some of us, we get put into situations where others are doing it. And even though we know sometimes we shouldn't, we've heard about the dangers of it, sometimes we get to a place where we compromise ourselves, because at the end of the day, we just want to feel like we're a part of something. And for me, the pressure got to me in school. I got to a place where I compromised myself. I gave into the pressure, and it seemed innocent. I popped the pill. I took the drink. I tried the Valium. I tried the Xanax. I sorted the line. You name it, I was right there in the middle, because at the beginning of it all, it seemed innocent. It's what you do in high school. We're just having a good time. And probably many of my adults in here, you remember what high school was like. I'm sure none of you have ever experienced any of that. But there's this culture and this society of what school's supposed to be like. And when you give in to the pressure, even though it seems innocent at the beginning, for many of us now, we've been wearing the mask, and even though we gave in to the pressure because we wanted to fit in, we were trying to maintain an image, we wanted to feel like we were part of something, and when we started getting high and faded and twisted, the hurts and the pains behind the mask, when I would get high and faded and twisted, it made that stuff go away, it seemed, for the moment, and it became my new coping mechanism. When I tell groups, when I talk about substance abuse, drugs and alcohol, when you first begin, it may seem innocent. It's like a cute little bear cub. Rawr, bear cub. Really, bear cubs are cute. They're cuddly. They seem so innocent. A baby brand new bear cub, oh, I can't hurt you. The problem is when you begin to feed the bear cub and the bear cub grows up, the full-grown grizzly bear, it won't be cute and it won't be cuddly. It won't respect you, even though you play with it and you were feeding it as a bear cub and it seemed pretty harmless. As it matures, its instincts will kick in and it will do one thing. It will try to kill you. Drugs and alcohol are the same way. See, I gave in to all of that and I wanted to belong. I wanted to fit in. But ultimately, that storm of peer pressure met the storm of my mask and my inability to communicate and to speak up. And when those two fronts mixed and met, that tornado was developed. I went from straight A's to straight F's. I went from being a young man who had the world by the palm of his hands to being a young man who literally skipped school 60 to 63 times my senior year. This picture on your left, it's me at 18 years old. I'm a heartbeat away from a drug overdose. You name it, I've attempted it, I've tried it. If it's an opiate, if it's a prescription pill, if it's the alcohol, if it's cocaine, if it was any of those things, I began to find myself getting caught, because when you start to feed the bear cub, it may seem innocent, but it begins to lure you in. And what's amazing and dangerous and challenging about that cute little cuddly bear cub, I say amazing because you won't even see it coming. When you go to the national parks, they tell you why, don't feed the bears. Why? Because if you begin to feed the bear begins to think that you're a food source. And if you don't have food to feed it, and if you don't have the ability to feed, when the bear begins to think that you will meet its substance, it can kill you. Addiction is the same way. You will start to steal, to compromise. You will start to make choices and decisions and do things that you never thought that you would do, because the addiction, it gets so gripping, it gets so real. See, drugs and alcohol, this is the journey. And though all of those places, thoughts of giving up and self-injury and self-harm and suicide and hurting people, bullies, verbal, mental, emotional abuse, are drugs and alcohol, all these places come, for the most part, from this core of us wearing a mask and being afraid to take it off and to be vulnerable and transparent. All of these, the root of many of these, they come from our fear to speak up and to speak out. Because I don't know how others will think. I don't know what others will say. I care so much about the perception of what people think about me. For me, this was my life. And ultimately, that wasn't rock bottom for me. As I got kicked out of school, and as my life spiraled out of control, I went to the Army at 18 years old. I couldn't quite do that right. I found myself kicked out of the Army after a year. I was a great soldier, but I couldn't quite resist the drugs, and so I failed a lot of drug screens. I got an other than honorable discharge. I came home and I lived with my grandfather. My drugs, though, again, when you feed the bear begins to think that you're a food source and you'll do things that you never thought that you would. I ended up stealing $4,000 from my grandfather at 19 years old when he was having open heart surgery for my drug addiction. My grandfather, he pressed charges to try to teach me a lesson. I was charged with 17 felony thefts and 17 felony forgeries. My grandfather stepped in, though, because he knew the prosecutor, and he tried just to teach me a lesson, and they gave me a slap on the wrist. He was constantly, my parents and my grandparents, my mother and my grandparents, they were always trying to speak up, to speak out, to reach out. But ultimately, I still wasn't at that place yet. At 23, when I should have been a senior graduating college, I was living in my hometown of Marion, Indiana. That's where I was born and raised. It was a Friday night. A bunch of my friends went out to a party. I went with them. When we left the party, we went to the bar. I had 10 more shots of tequila. I was extremely inebriated. When we went to leave the bar to go to an after party, my friend said, "Nathan, we're going to go to TJ's. You know TJ well. Why don't you leave a little bit early and go get him, and go to the party and get the party ready for the after party." So I got on the phone and I called my friend Priscilla. She came to pick me up to be my designated driver. When she came to get me, though, when we left that night, For some reason, when we got to her car, even though she was my designated driver and I was extremely inebriated, when we left there that night, I had gotten the keys to her vehicle. And we left that night, and we didn't make it to TJ's house. We hit a tree at a high rate of speed. My friend Priscilla Owens, on July 17, 2009, she lost her life. We were involved in a terrible accident. We hit a tree at a high rate of speed. I woke up in a hospital. Police officers over top of me asking me questions. They didn't know who she was because her cell phone, it was locked. Her ID, it wasn't in her purse. She was fighting to survive, and they needed to know who she was until they couldn't identify her until I woke up. When I woke up, my mom was to my left in the corner, my ankle was throbbing, and I said, her name's Priscilla, what's happening? And they said, Mr. Harmon, we can't tell you too much. You're not family. But Priscilla, she's alive, but she's struggling. And for some reason in that moment, they didn't arrest me. I don't know why. Maybe because my ankle was broken, the police didn't want to pay for the hospital bill. I don't know. Or maybe they didn't know how to charge me with a crime of a DUI or a DUI with bodily injury. But what I do know is they let me go that morning, that Saturday morning on the next day. As I got into the car with my mother, my mom said, Nathan, your life's about to change. I said, what was happening? What's going on? My sister was a nurse. When the accident happened, she got the phone call. And when she showed up to the hospital, I had already been lifelined out. But she read the police report and she read the ambulance report. And the police report said that the amount of impact that we hit the tree, there was no brake marks, no skid marks, no signs of me trying to stop. Just boom. We were going 60 to 63 miles an hour. And upon impact, my hand snapped the steering column and my foot was on the gas pedal and it shattered my ankle. But the case of beer that we put in the back seat, it was catapulted forward. Priscilla was in the front seat and she didn't have her seatbelt on. And the beer bottles and Priscilla flew through the air. And they hit the windshield at the same time. And my friend Priscilla, she lost her life. Now get something very clear tonight. I take 120% ownership of this. My friend Priscilla Owens is not here because of my choices. And choices matter. But what happened in the story, it's pretty insane and it's not normal, natural, or practical. But 3 days after my wreck, her family wanted me to contact them. What do you say? I'm sorry. Forgive me. I was terrified. Not only now had my choices destroyed my life, but they had affected another family forever. And I pick up the phone, and what do you say? Forgive me? I call and nobody answers it. I didn't want to call back, but I knew that I had to. And I call back, and Carolyn, the mother, and Olivia, the sister, answer. And they say, Nathan, I said, I'm sorry, I have no idea. And I had no words, and I'm crying, and I'm afraid, and I'm embarrassed, and I'm sad, and there's really nothing that you can say. You should hate me, and I get it. My life, it's whatever. They said, Nathan, we don't know what happened that night. Our daughter left to be your designated driver. I said, I know. I have no idea how I got the keys. And they said, we know our daughter, she was a pistol. She was not easily influenced. She was strong-willed. We don't know why she would give you those keys. I said, I have no idea either. They said, we're angry, we're mad, we're sad, we don't know how to feel. But what we do feel as a family, we personally in this moment, we don't think that one dumb choice should have destroyed two families' lives. Our daughter, just as much as you knew better, she knew better. I said, no, it's my fault. They said, yes, you're responsible. But we as a family don't think we can hold you solely responsible. And in this moment, even though we don't know how we feel, we do know that we're choosing to pick love over hate. And we want you to know in this moment, we're choosing to forgive you. But we're asking you to do two things. First off, we forgive you. We want you to be part of our family, even though we don't know you. But we're asking you, please don't let our daughter die for nothing and try to make the world a better place. Choices, though, have consequences. And even though the family shows this love that's radical, my mom has even said, Nathan, and my mom, if I was honest, she's one of the most God-fearing women in the history of mankind. She's like 4'11". She's like next to nothing. And she said, Nathan, if somebody had taken your life or your sister's life, I would probably demand justice and judgment. And that's natural and that's normal. But this family, they chose love over hate. But again, choices have consequences. The state of Indiana, they didn't forgive me. In the state of Indiana, I was charged at 23 years old when I should have been a senior, graduating college. I was charged with reckless homicide, and I was sentenced to 15 years in prison. But in that moment and in that place, when I went to prison, honestly, it would have been easy for me to throw in the towel, to say I quit, I give up. It would have been easy to say, you know what, my life's a mistake, I'm a failure, I made too many poor choices, and now my choices haven't only affected me, but they have affected another family. But honestly, I remember a quote that my father, when I was a young man, he used to always say to me, and he always said, as long as there's breath in your lungs, there's hope in your heart, and giving up's not an option. When I was a kid, and he would beat the brakes off of me at any sporting event, he used to always tell me, identify the problem, solve the problem, giving up is not an answer. And it was in that place, instead of saying, you know what, I've made too many mistakes, I'm a failure, suicidal thoughts, self-injury, hurting people with my choices and my actions and my fists and my anger and my rage, the drug addiction. I had been homeless at times from the ages of 18 to 23, sleeping under these bushes of Walmarts. It would have been real easy to say I give up, but it was in that moment I realized something, that I had to take control of my life. And what I've learned and what I share with schools and venues, anywhere I go, that it's this, that as long as there's breath in your lungs, there is hope in your heart, and you are not a product of your environment. You're not a product of the storms you face. You are a product of how you navigate your storms. You're a product of how you navigate your environment. What you do matters. Choices matter. But I had to realize something, that the mask that I had worn for so many years, from the 6th grade all the way up to 23 years old, this mask that I thought was supposed to protect me, it was the very thing that was holding me hostage. This mask that I thought was supposed to keep me safe, honestly, it isolated me, and I had all these situations and these habits that I created that were destructive. And I realized that I had to take off the mask in 2009, in 2010, and begin to face my fears. I had to begin to be vulnerable and transparent. The mask, apparently, it didn't work. It was pretty common sense to see that. Now I'm 23 and I'm facing 15 years in prison, and my choices have affected another family. And so it was in that moment that I took off this mask. But I realized there were some fears and some also adversity that I had to challenge myself. Because if his family could choose love over hate for the loss of their daughter, there was a lot of abuses and traumas that I had experienced as a kid that I had to let go too. You see, I used to blame my dad for everything when I was growing up. When he was removed from my life, he became my excuse. He was the reason for my poor choices. He was the reason for my drug addiction. He was the reason that I skipped school. He was the reason I hid behind my fists. I blamed him for everything. And I realized one of the habits that many of us have walked and developed, and we didn't need to as we've grown up, I was allowing things that I couldn't control to control me. I was allowing situations that I didn't ask for, that I didn't sign up for, I had no part in, like broken families and abuses and how people have treated me. I was allowing those things to control me, and I had to learn that I had to take control of what I can control. And I can't control what you think about me, and I can't control what you say to me, and I can't control how you treat me, but I can always control how I react, how I respond, and what I do. And if this family could choose love over hate, I realized that a lot of my anger and my rage that I had to the abuses and the traumas that I had faced as a youth, it wasn't poisoning anybody else. That hate, that rage, that anger, it wasn't afflicting anybody else except one person. It was poisoning me. Because no one's going to care more about the quality of your life more than you. Every one of you in here, You were born to leave your fingerprints on history. Every one of you in here were born to be better, to achieve better, to have better. We are better together. But at the end of the day, some of us, we have developed these characteristics where we're allowing things that we can't control to control us. And it was in that moment when I took off my mask and I faced my fear that I realized I had to let some things go. And I never let them go for a long time because I thought if I let them go, it justified what they did to me. I thought if I let it go, it was okay. And I was admitting that it was no big deal. No, just because you let things go and just because you choose love over hate and you choose to not let the bitterness poison you as a person, it doesn't justify it. It doesn't make what they did to you okay, but it allows you to begin to live. And that's challenging though, because you have to face your fears. Because most of us, when we are in that place and we wore the mask, our trust has been broken and we don't trust people. And yes, we know that we need to trust people, but it's like, man, I know I should and I need to and I want to, but I don't know how to, and I'm waiting for the perfect person. When that perfect person comes that I can trust, then I will begin to step out there. I have news for you. That person, it's not there. There is no perfect person that you can trust because people are people and we will let you down and we will upset you and we at times will fail you. And I had to learn that I couldn't wait for the perfect person and I just had to do it afraid. I had to begin to step out into the unknown and punch that fear directly in its face. I had to be vulnerable and transparent. I always say it this way now, I had to skydive that thing. And here's what I mean by that. You see, I've always wanted to skydive. It was always a bucket list thing that I've always wanted to do. It's always been something that I've wanted to do. And many of you, let me just ask the question, young and old alike, how many of you in here do you sometimes struggle with trusting people? Anybody in here battle with trust? Anybody in here? Lots of us do. And at the end of the day, most of us want to trust people, but there's a fear because we don't know what you will do with what we share, so we don't. And we continue to stay in this place of isolation. Remember, when we began, we all want to belong, but we go through things. Trust gets broken, abuses and traumas happen, and we get rewired to protect. And the only way that you can circumvent and overcome that place is that you've got to punch this fear of trusting people in the mouth. You got to skydive that thing. And here's what I mean. I've always wanted to skydive. Like many of you said that I struggle with trusting people, but you really want to trust people? You see, skydiving, well, it's a bucket list. I wanted to do it. And so now in my journey, as I communicate and I travel, I'm a father and I'm a husband. And I guess the responsible thing to do is not to jump out of planes. And so I never thought that I was going to get a skydive ever again. Like I never did it before, so it's never again. But I just thought that that was a dream that was kind of gone. But I was in Oregon earlier this year, and actually in the fall of 19. And we got done speaking, and I was going to go zip lining because there's a cool mountain, but the zip line course was closed. But I saw a sign that said Skydive Oregon. So I was like, let me follow procedure. Let me call my wife. And so I call her, and I'm like, hey, honey, I was going to go zip line, but the zip line course is closed. And, there's a skydive. I'm thinking I'm going to skydive. No, I'm not going to skydive. Well, maybe I'm going to skydive. I wasn't like, testing the water, but I wasn't really serious. I didn't think she would ever say yes. And I think she was just being like the good wife that didn't want to control her husband. And she's like, oh, son, go for it, honey. No big deal. Go skydive. And I said, no, kid, I'm just joking. And I hung up. And I was like, wait a minute. She just said yes. So 20 minutes later, I called her, and dude, I was strapped up with the suit on, ready to rock and roll. Her eyes got big. I hung up. I didn't give her time to say no. She done said yes. I went through the process of skydiving. The instructor shows up. I'll be honest, he was a hippie, dude. Dreads in Oregon, probably a stoner, just being real. It's legal there, I guess, whatever. And I'm like, yep, he said, I'm an instructor. He said, this is my 7th time. I said, 7? Is that legal? You're jumping 8 times out of the plane today? Have you packed all your chutes? Yep, we're good. Did you make a mistake? Like, how many times are we going to test this thing? He's like, oh, it's good, man. So I start going through the process of skydiving. He shows me how to lay on this little bench in the fall. He shows me how they pack the chutes. Like, I've always wanted to skydive. The plane lands. I get in. We take off. This dude with his dreads, he slides up behind me. We're jumping tandem. He said, listen, bro, we're climbing up to 15,000 feet. Before we get there, we got 6 connectors. I'm going to hit all 6. I'm going to give you the sign 3 times. You know we're good to go. Whoa. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, my anxiety, it's getting up there. My fear, it's getting up there. I've always wanted to do this, though. We get to 13,000 feet. He rolls up the cargo door. He said, listen, the fall's only going to be about 40 seconds, but I want you to get the full experience. So for the next 3 minutes, as we climb the next 2,000 feet, we're going to slide to the door. I'm going to hold on, and I want you to hang there. And I'm like, no! And he said, no. I want to go even one step farther. I want you to take both of your feet and touch the bottom of the plane. And I'm like, no! And when we got to 15,000 feet, and it was time to go, I've never been more terrified in my life. The safest place that I could have been in the moment was in that plane. But I had never been more terrified. And I was at the doorway, at the precipice of something that I've always desired to do. I longed for. It was a bucket list, and I was terrified. But when I trusted the process and I took the next step in faith and I punched that fear directly in the mouth and we went, I've never felt more alive in my life. As I freed fall from 15,000 feet and I saw Mount St. Helens and Mount Hood and Mount Rainier, I was on top of the world. I had to skydive that thing. And for some of you, you have these fears and you have these traumas and you have these situations that you know, these things that you want to talk about and you want to open up to and you want to begin to address, and you get right to the very precipice. You get right to the door at 15,000 feet and you desire, you long for it, but you're uncomfortable and you're terrified. I'm here to tell you, it's always going to be uncomfortable. Change takes change. Facing your fears, it's challenging, but you need to trust the process. And that's why we're better together. We're not supposed to do this on our own. We've got to skydive that thing. And I've learned when I started trusting the process of trusting people, not putting my confidence in you because you're going to let me down, but putting my confidence that in the act of trusting and communicating and being a part of a community that can support me, that I could find real freedom. In prison, when I begin to face these challenges and I begin to take off my mask and I begin to skydive that thing and begin to speak up and to speak out and to trust and to communicate, I developed 5 habits of my life that changed my life. I call them 5 habits of the heart and the mind that's changed everything. Transparency, accountability, hard work, make good choices, and value people. Transparency, accountability, hard work, make good choices, and value people. I learned that transparency, I had to take off my mask. I had to begin to speak up and to speak out with the people in my circle. I'm not saying any random stranger, but I had to find the courage to skydive my fear of my lack of trust and do it afraid. And I had to get to the place where I began to speak up and to show my social, my emotional, my mental, and my physical scars and be vulnerable and be transparent. And I've never found more freedom in my life because as I start sharing with these people, and yeah, we had anxiety, and yeah, we had these fears, but you know where anxiety comes from? We start what-ifing the outcomes. If I do this, this will happen. And if I do that, this will happen. And what if this happens? And what if that happens? And we start creating this scenario, and we haven't taken one step, and that anxiety, it gets real, and it becomes like it's physical, and it paralyzes you. I had to learn to stop what-ifing everything and just do it afraid, because it never turns out as bad as what you think it's going to be. See, that's where anxiety lives, when you have all these unhealthy expectations that you put on scenario after scenario, and you let the fear paralyze you. You gotta skydive that thing. And when I began to open up and to speak out and be transparent and vulnerable, you know what I realized? The people that I shared with, they had issues too, and they found the courage to talk back with me. And they found courage to be vulnerable because I was being vulnerable. And what I've learned, that every single person in this community, in this state, in this country, on this planet, I don't care what you project, I don't care what you portray. I'm talking about all of you in here. I don't care what image you want to always project out there. Every one of you are just like me. We are beautifully broken. Somehow, some way, we've all got stuff. And the more that we begin to find the courage to show our social, emotional scars with each other, we inspire each other that it's okay to not be okay. And it's okay to not be okay. But it's not okay to let our friends stay that way. And the way that we lead by an example is being vulnerable. I get asked all the time, Nathan, how do you get people to take off their mask? How do you get students to be vulnerable and transparent? I always say this, because I take my mask off first. And I'm vulnerable, and I'm transparent, and I don't care what you think about me, and I will share you my hurts, my mistakes, my failures, and I will be open and vulnerable because my worth, my identity, it doesn't come from what you think about me. I don't care if you see me as flawed or scarred, because I know deep down, just as much as I'm beautifully broken, so are you too. We've all got stuff. And vulnerability and transparency, it changed my life. And transparency, it led me into a place of accountability. They go together, transparency and accountability. Because as I began to speak up and to share with the people around me, people that are holding me accountable, they're not there to change me. They can't change me. But what they can do is they can be an anchor in my life. Because many of us want to change. We need to change. We would like to change. But you know what? Nothing ever changes. You know why nothing changes? Because change is uncomfortable. So a lot of us, we run back to being what we've always been. And I've learned the more that we use each other and we're better together, the people in my circle, they hold me like an anchor. They can't make me change. But when I have those emotions that are fight or flight, survival of the fittest, even though I want to change, I want to run because emotions are complicated and they feel uncomfortable. They hold me as an anchor, like my skydive instructor behind me, and they help me get to a place where I skydive that day. Vulnerability and transparency has changed my life. You know, I'm 11 years free from every addiction. I'm 11 years free from every alcoholism. I'm 11 years free from every suicidal thought and my eating disorders of bulimia. I'm 11 years free from my attitude where I used to hide behind my words and my fists. I'm 11 years free from so many destructive behaviors because I've learned that community is everything. Vulnerability is freedom. And even though we've got issues and we suppress those things, we are better together. Transparency, accountability, hard work, make good choices, value people. For me, what happened, even though I was being vulnerable and transparent and I was developing healthy habits of my heart, being able to navigate my social and my emotional struggles by being in a community, I still had to realize hard work works. Make good choices, good things happen. There's never a wrong time to do what's right. See, I always tell students, honestly, in the last 3 years, I've been in over 750, however many schools, over 1 million students that I've communicated with. I could say by per sheer number, I'm the leading voice of youth, mental health, and substance abuse in schools worldwide by the per capita of people that I've encountered. And you can quote me on this. The world is lazy, and I say phenomenal. Here's why. Because everybody talks about it. Everybody posts about it. But not too many people will roll up their sleeves and just try. And what that means, because the world's lazy, if every one of us in here will just apply and try, it doesn't matter where we come from or where we don't come from, what we have or what we don't have, by default, because everybody talks about it, but nobody moves. If you will just apply, try, and give effort, you will separate yourself from the crowd. Hard work works. There's never a wrong time to do what's right. In my story, Indiana, they started a program. I didn't know about it, but I was going through my skydiving, the thing of transparency and vulnerability. Indiana started a program. They wanted to take an offender, and when they took the offender, they were going to send them all across the state of Indiana. And in that moment, I didn't know who they were going to select. I was just working on me. But again, good choices, they position you in life to win. And so when they picked somebody, who did they select? I got selected. For 2 years, I traveled all across the state of Indiana, and I spoke to over 7,000 community members in D1 colleges and high schools and conferences and festivals and gatherings small and large in 2 years, and to be leaving the prison in street clothes and then going back to the prison 2 years into that, the governor of Indiana, who happened to be Mike Pence at the time, they wrote a letter that this young man is more effective out there than he is in here. And I walked out of that prison 11 years early. Why? Because hard work and good choices position you in life to win. And you are never, no matter what your storm, no matter what your struggle, no matter what your unique situation is in this place, you are not a product of your environment or your storm or my prison walls, but we are a product of how we navigate our storms. Transparency, accountability, hard work, good choices, and value people. I got released 11 years early. I reached out to one school, even though when I began, everybody in my hometown said, you're an idiot, you're a failure, you're never going to change. I used to get offended at that, but this time I realized they had a right to feel that way. Talk's cheap. I've given them plenty of evidence in the past to think that this was another one of Nathan's little cool stories, how I'm going to change my life, and nothing changed. So in this place, in this moment, I decided that my life, it would speak, it would scream, it would shout, your life speaks. We reached out to my first school. And in 2020, as I sit and I stand in Marshfield High School, in front of all my community friends and family in this room tonight, I promise you, transparency, accountability, hard work, make good choices, and value people, it works. Human connection is what we desire. Being vulnerable is what we need. We've got to find the courage to skydive that thing. Dr. Whitman from Cornell, when I interviewed her this year for the documentary that comes out at the end of the spring, beginning of summer, hopefully. The producers are working on getting it to the film festivals for the fall, for the summer. But Dr. Whitman said, Nathan, I have full confidence we're going to figure this thing out. But our youth are the canaries in the coal mine. And our youth are struggling right now. And that lets all of us know that it's time for us to be very intentional of building relationships and being vulnerable as adults and being transparent and taking off our masks first. Tonight, guys, I'm confident that we're going to figure this out. I'm confident that we're going to overcome the struggle, but it's going to take all of us as community members to continue to be open, to be honest, to be intentional, to work together. And for all of us in here, that you know you're wearing the mask, I promise you, it's not what you think it is. It's not going to keep you safe. It's holding you hostage. And I've learned, this needs to be quiet. Or maybe it's telling me to shut up, one or the other. I've learned that we're better together. I've learned that no one's an island. We need each other. And we got to be intentional. Human connection is at the root of all of this. And we as adults, we have to lead by being vulnerable. I always tell parents, they ask me, Nathan, how do I be vulnerable? How do I be transparent? I'm always saying, I need you to go to the very edge with your kids, with your loved ones, when you feel like, am I sharing too much? Have I took it too far? And I want you to take it one more step. See, I can't tell you how to parent. I never would. That's your own unique set of people that you've been entrusted with. And that's a wild concept. Again, I go back to the beginning. Raising children is crazy. But what I do know is that the more we're vulnerable and transparent, the better we can help our youth develop perseverance and develop resiliency that we can't take for granted that they have Because again, we're on the first generation of something that we've never had to deal with before. This has changed things. But it's okay. It's just going to take time of us being intentional, of us understanding your life. It speaks, it screams, it shouts. When you skydive that thing, others will find courage to skydive that thing too. And if you're struggling, and if you know somebody who's struggling, friends don't let friends to continue to struggle. It's okay to not be okay, but it's not okay to stay that way and let your friend remain that way. We've got to understand that you are more than your struggle, and your friends are more than their struggle. And if you see someone struggling, best friends don't turn the blind eye. You encourage them. You inspire them to get help. And if they won't get help, they're not your best friends because they have to like you. They're your best friend because you will do whatever it takes to keep them alive. And I don't care how mad they get at you. If you're going to speak up and speak out for them, eventually they'll look back one day and they'll be grateful that you stepped in and you spoke up and you became their voice when they couldn't find the courage to. It's an honor to be part of your community. It's an honor to give life with you, to live life with you. And tonight, as we gather, as we came, we sat, hopefully we get empowered. Hopefully we can process. Hopefully we can grow. If there's any questions tonight, we have a few minutes. I would love to answer a few of those. We have a podcast we release every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on Spotify, Apple, and Google. It's with me and Dr. Doug Miller. Dr. Doug's a psychologist from Durango, Colorado. This is the logo that you would see if you look on Spotify, Apple, or Google. Dr. Doug's a psychologist. I'm an idiot with experience. It's a great relationship. There's about 30-some episodes up. We're real, we're raw. There's great pieces for us to continue to grow on there. We drop tons of video on all of our social media platforms to inspire, to encourage, and all of our stuff's called Your Life Speaks. We're releasing our first book called The Five: Transparency, Accountability, Hard Work, Good Choices, and Value People later this spring, beginning of summer. Our documentary will come out, but more than any of those resources, here in this community, I've got to live life with a lot of community members, a lot of social workers, a lot of administrators of school systems. This is a community that cares. And we got to be intentional. And we got to work together. And eventually, we're going to figure this out. That's why we got to be alert. And we got to be all hands on deck. Because our youth, they're the children, they're the canaries in the coal mine. And that just means that we can see that they're struggling. We heard the numbers this morning or this afternoon, 1 in 4. We're in here. But I believe as long as there's breath in our lungs, there's hope in our heart. We're better together. Thank you guys so much. Come from a broken and fractured, but your biological moms and dads today, they're not together. And you come from what we would call like the broken family. Anybody in here? Yeah, man, I come from a broken family too. See, I'm from Indiana. All you need to know about Indiana, there's a lot of corn there. And more corn and corn. But I'm from Indiana, and I come from a family of 4. It was mom, dad, sister, and me. And my dad, he was my rock star, my icon, my hero as I was growing up. The thing about my pops is that he was real and he was raw. He was always so uncut with me, man. When I was a young man growing up, he was that iconic role model I looked up to. And the thing about my pops, so he never sugarcoated nothing. I remember in the 3rd grade, he said, Nathan, it's a dog-eat-dog world. I'm in the 3rd grade, like, dude, what do you mean? He said, Nathan, you can go through middle school if you want to, and you can cut corners, and you can do just enough to get by, and you can use your personality and your charisma, and you can take the handouts from everybody around you, and you'll make it through middle school, and you can make it through high school. But one day, son, if you turn around and you don't take control of your life and work hard, make good choices, and value the people around you, you'll turn around one day and you'll have nothing. But if you build it, nobody can take it from you. My dad was always trying to get me to take control of my life. I remember as I got a little bit older, I wanted to start playing basketball going into the 7th grade. Now, we're called the Hoosiers in Indiana. It's a really weird freaking name. I guess we're good at basketball, but we're not because we never won anything in my entire life. But I was like, Dad, I want to hoop. I don't know why. It was a bad choice. It's like, I'm very vertically challenged. I'm 5'7"-ish. The gun's like 6 foot. It's why it's there. I was like, Dad, let's play ball, right? And I said, I don't come from a lot of money at all. We don't come from hardly any money at my house when I grew up from my parents. But my grandparents, they were kind enough and they were going to pour this piece of concrete. And they poured this piece of concrete. And my dad got a telephone pole, and he stuck the telephone pole on the ground. And we didn't have a nice Gorilla Glass backboard. We had some old busted down jankety rim. Jankety's the word. And I walked out there on the court with my dad, and I'm excited. It's my icon. I'm playing on a basketball court that I never thought that I was ever going to get. And my dad said, son, you're supposed to put the ball in the goal. I'm like, yeah, dude, I know that. He said, my job is going to stop you. Okay, I don't think I quite registered, but I get the ball. I'm excited. He's my role model, my hero. And we check up, and I shoot, and my dad goes, yeah. And I want to believe he didn't do it on purpose. The ball went, bah! I said, Dad, I'm in the 7th grade. You're a grown man, dude. I don't pick up the ball, shoot it again to my dad. Yeah, dude, my dad beat the brakes off of me. Like, I didn't watch that dumb ball go into that dumb goal that one time. After 2 hours of my dad demoralizing me, like I walked through the court, like I was on meltdown mode. Some of you cried, but you cried ugly too when you were a kid. And my mom was watching the whole time. And mom came out the house. Yes, she did. She said, Tim, why wouldn't you let your son make one bucket? I'm like, yeah, I just had one bucket, man. And I was melting down. But still to this day, I will never forget what my father said to me, because he looked at me with the most serious but calm tone of voice, and he looked me directly in my eyes, and he said, my son, he's never going to be the most gifted. He will never be the most talented. He will never probably be the most qualified. There will always be people in his life that are more gifted, more talented, and more qualified. But I need my son at a young age to know he doesn't need to compare himself to anybody. I don't know how gifted and talented and qualified everybody else is. Hard work works, and hard work can outwork gifted and talented and qualified people. I need my son to understand, as he's chasing his dreams and his goals, there's always going to be adversity and objects and obstacles keeping him from reaching the goals in his life. I need my son to learn to see the problem, identify the problem, and solve the problem. Giving up won't be in his mouth. It doesn't matter what he has or what he doesn't have. It doesn't matter where he comes from or where he doesn't come from. My son will not have I quit in his mouth. Dude, I just want to make buckets, y'all. My dad was always trying to get me to take control of my life. Because I want to be real. Life, growing up, life can be hell. And sometimes things happen to us that we didn't ask for, we didn't sign up for, we didn't want to have to deal with. Sometimes life brings us challenges and storms that we as young and old people alike, we've got to just deal with. But we didn't want to deal with it, but it came knocking, and now we got to figure it out. How many of you in here have had to go through a struggle, an adversity, a challenge, a loss, an abuse, something that's happened to you that you didn't want to have to deal with, but now it came knocking, and now you got to figure out what to do with it? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, man. And for me, there are things that I call moments of impact. Moments of impact are these single events that happen in our lives. They can be positive or negative. Single events, single situations, single occurrences. These experiences that happen. Maybe it's good. You win the championship. You ace the test. The very first time your toes touch the sand. A positive memory. And these moments of impact that can come through hardships and struggles and challenges. Maybe it's when mom and dad got the divorce, or a friend or a family member, that we lose somebody close to us. Or maybe it's some abuse that's happened that nobody knows about. But when that thing, whatever that thing is that happened, that thing that you know, that still to this day, years later, you remember every detail when that thing happened. You remember the people that were around you, the conversations that were being spoken, the clothes that were on your back. The details are more vivid and more vital because it has impacted you. There's a moment of impact. And even though it was years ago, you remember every single detail. Moments of impact. How many of you can think something that happened in your past that still to this day, you remember every single detail when that thing, whatever that thing is that happened to you, happened? Anybody? Absolutely. And for me, I walked into this family meeting in the 7th grade. I remember it vividly. My dad called a family meeting. My dad was to my right, my mom across from my sister to my left. My back was to the sink and to the stove and to the fridge. I remember every single detail. The kitchen table that I was sitting at, it was a huge kitchen table. My dad had built it. It was a beautiful table. It was handcrafted, but it was extremely heavy. I hated the table because we moved a lot, but my dad never got the moving group. He got an 8. Decorations on my kitchen wall, they're the most ugliest, hideous, disgusting 1970 faded pieces of weird ceramic fruit. Kitchen was ugly, y'all. But I remember every detail because my mom looked at my dad and my dad looked at my mom and my dad began to say these words, Nikki, Nathan, we need to talk to you. Things aren't what they seem. Me and your mom are going to be divorcing and separating. That blindsided me because even growing up, my parents never fought in front of me. I'm not overstating it. I'm not embellishing it. I'm not exaggerating it. Growing up, my parents never fought in front of me. I thought I had a picture-perfect family. And I sat down at this table in that moment, and everything that I thought was built on a house of truth came crumbling down. Because, see, the truth is, growing up, I was never allowed in my parents' bedroom. The reason being, I got one speed, y'all. It's called squirrel. I go. When I was a kid, I broke everything. So my parents were like, hey, the bedroom is off limits. We have to have some kind of place where we can have peace and quiet. I get it. But when the divorce began to happen and my dad was slowly ripped out of my life, and as I began to ask questions and trying to process and figure out and navigate the storms, I began to realize that behind the bedroom door, my parents were who they said they were. Behind the bedroom doors was the verbal, the mental, the emotional abuse happened. Behind the bedroom doors was the drugs and the alcohol happened. And I remember when I asked it, I found the truth. I looked at my dad and I said, I'm never going to be like you. I'm going to need you in my life. And he said, Nathan, we were just trying to protect you so you can focus on school. And I understand the why. I got a baby girl that's 3 right now. My son's 7. When me and my wife have a disagreement, we try to protect them from our kids too. I get the why. I understand. But it didn't change the fact that I felt lied to and betrayed. I looked at my dad and I said, I'm never going to be like you. See, the truth is, I learned to do something really well. I learned from them. And many of us all across this country, young and old alike, we've learned to do the exact same thing that I learned to do too when I was younger. I learned to do what they learned to do. I learned to put on my fake face, my fake smile, and I could walk the walk and talk the talk, and I could come to school, and everybody on the surface, it looked like Nathan was fine. Behind the fake face, behind the fake smile, behind the mask, I was screaming, but I was silent. Behind the fake face, behind the fake mask, I was suffering, but I was quiet. But I wore my mask and I would come to school and everybody thought that Nathan was fine and the grades were okay and I played sports and on the surface Nathan looked picture perfect. Remember when no one was around, behind the mask, it's tore up from the floor. How many of you in here on some level, some way, somehow, does that mask, how I described it, does that resonate some way, somehow to you? Does it relate to you a little bit? Raise your hand, anybody in here? Yeah, see, for me, if I could take a picture and the picture that I took, if I could put this picture in every single one of your laps, and the picture that I took would be a description of my life, the picture that I would put in your laps, it would be a picture of me sitting on the beach with the most white, pristine sand, and the ocean waters would be crystal clear and aqua blue. The sunset would be yellow and orange. The picture would look picture perfect. But below the ocean waters was darkness and depths and predators and prey. I was screaming, but I was silent. And I was always screaming, but I was quiet. The problem with the mask, pressure busts pipes. And if we don't deal with the hurts and the pains below the surface, that pressure will find danger, destruction, and disaster ways. And we wear the mask because we think the mask is going to keep us safe. But the mask that we wear, honestly, I've learned the hard way, the very thing that I thought was going to keep me safe from all of you, it was the very thing that could hold me hostage. Only valued you if I thought that you could enhance my life. If I knew that you could give me a feeling, an emotion, a position, some clout, something, if I thought that you could add to my life, then I had time for you. But I recognize that's a very selfish way to live. You see, what makes you and I different than every other animal on this planet is, see, instincts drive things, the natural instinct. I used to have raccoons all the time when I was a kid. I used to find pet raccoons. I don't know why. I love pet baby raccoons. And the thing is, you can only keep a raccoon for so long because the instincts kick in and they get rude, ugly, and nasty. You got to get rid of them because they'll bite you. The difference about us as people, we have the ability to go against our instincts. And so when I stopped allowing that instinct of saying, listen, it's survival of the fittest. If you can't add to my life, I don't have time for you. what I began to do was I began to do random acts of kindness. I realized I wanted to stop putting value on you if I thought that you could benefit my life, but I wanted to put value on you just because you're you. And what happened when I kind of short-circuited the way that I was kind of like knitted together in my instincts, instead of only fighting to the top, when I randomly add value to people, you know what happens? I create unique relationships, and these unique friendships and relationships, they will help you grow in life. You see, here's what I've learned. What you give away, you get to keep. For a long time, I tried to take my worth and take my value and prove to people that I was important. But every day I would wake up and I felt just as empty as I did the day before. I began to realize at the end of the day, as long as there's breath in my lungs, there's hope in our hearts, and giving up's not an option. You and I and we, no matter what your unique situation, your storm, your struggle, your trauma, your abuse, your wounds, your scars, no matter what they are, and I know we've all got them on some way, somehow, some level, whatever they are, I promise you this, you are not a product of your past, you are not a product of your environment or your current unique situation, but you are always a product of how do we navigate through our storm. What we do is what we believe. And in that moment, instead of giving up, I literally wrote the words, change the world. Literally, I wrote these words, change the world, and I slapped them, and I put them on the prison wall in my cell. And I began to realize something. First and foremost, the mask that I wore that was supposed to keep me safe, it was the very thing that held me hostage and paralyzed me. And I wore the mask, and I tried to protect, and I isolated, and isolating, and letting nobody in. It got me to a place of brokenness. And I decided in that moment, I was done wearing that stupid mask. I was done being afraid of showing people my scars, my hurts, my pains, my wounds. And yet that's a fearful thing because I don't know what others are going to do with when I begin to talk and to communicate. But I realized what was going to happen if I continued to wear the mask, man. Nothing ever changes unless we change. The mask doesn't keep you safe. It holds you hostage, y'all. But you know what else I had to realize? I was allowing things that I couldn't control to control me. You see, growing up, I blamed everything on my dad. I blamed everything on him. He was the reason that I skipped school. He was the reason for my attitude. He was the reason that I went to drugs. He was the reason for my suicidal thoughts. He was the reason for every destructive behavior. Like, I blamed everything on him being ripped out of my life. But you know what I had did? I had walked into this trap. I was allowing things that I couldn't control. Those situations that you didn't sign up for, you didn't want to have to deal with. It knocked. It came in front of you. And I allowed that thing that I had no say over, I allowed that to control me for so long. I was allowing things that I couldn't control to control me. And I had to realize I had to take control of what I can only control. I can't control what you think, what you say, or how you treat me. I can't always control the situations, the struggles, the adversities, the abuses, the hurts, the pains that others have caused me, but I can always control how I react, how I respond, and what I do. I had to take control of me, control what you can control. And truthfully, the first thing that I had to do, which was the most difficult thing that I had to do, I had to realize the anger, the rage, the hurt, the frustration, the pain that I had towards my dad, I had to let it go. And I was scared to let it go because I had so much identity tied up in my wounds. But I had to learn I am more than my struggle. I am more than my wound. I have to let it go. Letting it go and forgiving him didn't justify it, didn't make it right for him. But if a family could forgive me for taking the life of their daughter, how could I continue to understand this, that the anger, the frustration, the madness, the pain that I had towards my dad, it was only poisoning me. And I had to let some things go. And that's a challenge. Because for so long, that pain, that wound, it really became like a safety net for me because it was my go-to. It was my reason for all of my struggles. And if I let it go, then I had to begin to face some of my other hurts and my pains. And that's intimidating and it's scary. But the truth is, when we hold on to these things, it's not poisoning the people who did it to us. It's only holding you hostage. And so, I let it go. It didn't justify it. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't mean that me and my dad became best of buddies. But it allowed me to begin to continue to pursue purpose. And we all got a purpose. Every one of you in this room, you were born to leave your fingerprints on history. Every one of you in this room were born to not just exist, but to experience life. But until you let go of some of the things that you've allowed to define you for so long, you know why? Sometimes we can't change and we can't overcome the suicidal thoughts, the self-injuring mentality, our anger, our rage, our wounds, because all you have been doing for so long, you're consumed by it. All you do is focus on it. It's everything about you. And what you feed and what you focus on, what you feed grows and what you focus on magnifies. And I realized if I stopped being consumed about that, but found the courage to let it go and stop being self-absorbed, but begin to walk even while I was still wounded, begin to move towards my dream. And I realized what I give away, I get to keep. And I started looking to my friends, my peers, my community of other people with storms and struggles. And I began to recognize what gave me real worth, real passion. What helped me really overcome is this: giving. What you give away, you get to keep. When I started having empathy towards my friends, being somebody that would listen, getting involved in other people's situations and helping them. Why does that help me? Because it took my eyes off my struggle and it put my eyes on beginning to help others. And when I helped others, it gave me real self-worth, real self-value. What you give away, you get to keep. Communicating to old and young people alike, no matter what country I'm in, no matter what culture I am, no matter what social economical status I'm in, it's the same struggle, it's the same situation. We just want to feel like we belong in connection. We are longing for human connection. But everywhere I go, the same battles that I had when I was in middle school and I was in high school, it's the same struggles all across the world still yet today. Many of us are wearing the mask and we don't know that it's okay to not be okay. We don't really have the courage to punch that fear in the face and do it afraid and to talk because we think that we're alone and nobody sees us and nobody's going to understand and I'm the only one, so we don't talk and we wear the mask and the pressure builds. But if we don't have the tools to understand that it's okay to not be okay, we find ourselves building this protection wall of not letting anybody in. But I needed to change the way I think. Change the way you think, you can change you. Feed what you want to grow, starve what you want to die. And I began to process that. Every single day, I would write those dreams, those goals down. I didn't let my mind have places and spaces for idle thoughts and moments. I didn't start kicking it with the guys in the prison that were on the same old lifestyle as me. If people were negative and they weren't about where I was going, I wasn't going to compromise and I wasn't going to let them hijack my destiny by allowing that to rub off on me, because who you surround yourself with does impact you. Like it, love it, or leave it. I always say, you can tell me who you are. I don't need you to tell me who you are. Show me your friends. I'll tell you who you are. Because who you rip and who you run with, they are a part of you. And you will assimilate to some of their negative behaviors. Now, I'm here to help. I understand that. I'm not saying you got to cut people off. They can't be in that inner circle if you're trying to change and they ain't about the right. It's being real. You got one life. You got to be careful who you put in that circle. You know how I've learned who real friends are? Real friends aren't the ones that support you when you're struggling. Because most people will support you when you're struggling because they're struggling and you relate, you have a common denominator. Real friends are the ones that want to cheer you on when you're winning. Real friends aren't the ones that get jealous and that are crabs in the barrel that are pulling you down. Because when you start to be better, to achieve better, to have better, they start getting embarrassed and they start kind of getting a little bit of judgmentally on that because they feel like, man, you're starting to show their imperfection and their flaws. No, real friends are the ones that support you and cheer you on when you're winning. That's who you want in your circle. And that's kind of who I began to put around me. People that wanted to see me win, not people that just wanted to support me when I was struggling. I know something that's impacted many of us has been the passing of Kobe Bryant, and in some way that so many people have grown up to watch, to beloved. I mean, he was 17 when he got into the league. He played for 20 years. So longer than he had been alive, 20 years he had been in the league and been on TV, and we watched this young man at 17 grow up, and he won the championships, and he won 5. He took many championships for many probably of our teams, and many of us loved to hate him, but he had this fire, he had this competitive spirit in him. As I sat back and I've listened to so many broadcasters and announcers and people that knew him on a personal level, what everyone has said, what everyone remembers him and wants to remember him by was his work ethic, was his desire for excellence, how he was a person that when he put his mind and his eyes and his sights on something, he went after it. And the characteristic that many of them are remembering him by was his willingness and his desire to apply, to try, and to go. And man, the truth is, whenever we take our last breath, whenever I take my last breath, I hope people remember me, the legacy that I could be remembered by. With my willingness to face fear, my willingness to try, my willingness to apply, with my work ethic, my willingness to go out there and be vulnerable and to go and pursue something. You know his name, he had this thing that he got nicknamed called the Mama mentality, named after the black mama, this venomous snake in Africa, this aggressive snake. And what's amazing about the mamba, the black mamba, is that it doesn't get its name from what you can see, the place that the black mamba comes from. It comes from inside of its mouth. It comes from inside of him. His identity came from what's inside of the black mamba. The black mamba is named. Its identity comes from what's inside of him. There's a lot of us inside of us. There's power, there's passion, there's dreams. A lot of you have this mentality that's inside of you that I need you to know that just like the black mamba that gets its identity from what's inside of it. It's like Kobe Bryant, who had this mentality to be aggressive and to go get it and to build a character and to build a reputation of what you remembered him by. A lot of us can just tap into that. And if we can be remembered from our work ethic, if we can be remembered for what we have done, if we can be remembered for facing our fears, that is what I feel he would love for our legacy to be learned from him. Culture of resiliency and perseverance. That's one of those buzzwords that I've been hearing from staff and students all day. Resiliency and perseverance. And we all have to continue to establish resiliency and perseverance. But what I told the students today, the place where resiliency is birthed and perseverance is activated is in community. Because we can't have real resiliency without community. Because a lot of times we isolate and we become on our own and we begin to have our this time when we're not connected and we don't display resiliency because at the end of the day, no one's an island. We need each other. And what I told the students today is that if we want to really display resiliency and have real perseverance to push through, because at the end of the day, as long as there's breath in our lungs, there's hope in our heart, we are not a product of our past, but we're a product of what we do. And to have resiliency, we've got to have community. And that starts from the top down. And as you as educators, you may have only signed up to be teachers, administrators, but like it, love it, or leave it to many of these students, your mom, your dad, you're the only trusted, caring adult that they may see. And the more that we as a staff can work together, the more that we can help appreciate one another. You see, appreciation is the sole component that bursts commitment. The more I appreciate people and go out of my way to make people know that I care and I value them, they become more committed to me. See, appreciation, what you give away, you get a keep. And so I learned with my own team. I have 8 people who work for me, who work around me, and I am desperate, and I work so meticulously to let every single person that I encounter to know how much I appreciate them and I value them. And even when I don't see eye to eye, and even when I don't always understand other people's methods of why they do what they do, and maybe they are wrong, and maybe their why isn't in the right space, but I've learned appreciation is the most powerful tool. Kindness, valuing people. What I give away, I get to keep. And when I give away, it comes back like a boomerang. Kindness is contagious. Appreciation versus commitment. And I don't know about you, but every one of us want commitment. If we're parents, if we're husband and wife, if we're co-workers, if we're administrators, if we're wherever we are, from staff to workers, to from us going up to our leadership, from leadership down to us as employees, we all want commitment. We all do. And no matter what layer or level we address it in, but the number one tool that births that thing that we all desire is for us to be appreciative first. Appreciation births commitment. Sometimes things happen to you and I we didn't ask for, we didn't deserve. We didn't ask to come from the broken family. We didn't ask to come from the verbal, mental, physical abuses that have happened to us. Some of us have had to face real challenges, real adversity, real struggles on a deep level, and we didn't sign up for it. We didn't ask for it. We're just born into our community, into our family, into a certain situation, and we have to figure out how to get through all of that, even though we didn't ask for it. Sometimes life brings us challenges that we have to face with, and there's no running from it. You're like, man, I don't want it. I didn't do anything to deserve it, but here it is. Now I got to figure out. It would have been easy to say, you know what, life's just too tough. I don't want to deal with it. But I remember my dad always telling me this when I was a kid. As long as there's breath in your lungs, there's hope in your heart. And giving up, Nathan, is not an option. Situations as we grow up and go through this journey called life, things will happen to us. Sometimes they're good, and sometimes they can be bad. Single events, single occurrences. Maybe it's like you win the championship, or you ace a test, or the very first time you went on vacation and your toes touch the sand on the beach of Florida. Good memories. But also these moments of impact, they can come through tragedy and hardships and difficult times. Maybe when mom and dad got divorced, or maybe when a friend of ours passed away, or we lost a grandparent. Hard things that challenge us. And when these moments of impact happen, these powerful times, good or bad, it's like the details are just more vivid. We remember the people that were around us, the conversations that were being spoken, the clothes that were on our back, the atmosphere, because that thing impacted us in such a way. Still to this day, even though it maybe was years ago, still to this day, we remember so many details about when it happened exactly. Moments of impact. How many of you can think back into your past and think back something that's happened to you, good or bad, that still to this day you can remember so many details when it happened? Raise your hand. Lots of us, right? Moments of impact. And I remember when I walked into this family meeting when I was in the 6th grade, right after the basketball things happened, my dad called a family meeting, and I walked into this family meeting, and I was excited because my dad used to always do family meetings to surprise us with good stuff. So I walk in, and my dad was to my right, my mom was across, my sister's to my left, my back was to the stove, to the sink, to the fridge. I could see the living room with the TV, the wooden table my dad had built. It was a handcrafted table. It was beautiful. I hated the table, though, because it was extremely heavy, and my father would never get the moving crew. We moved a lot when I was a kid. I carried that stupid table all across the state of Indiana. But I remember all the details. Because mom looked at dad and dad looked at me. My dad began to share about this divorce. And dude, it rocked me. Because my parents never fought really in front of me. I was naive enough when I was a kid to think that I had a picture-perfect family. And the reason is my parents never fought in front of me. I was never allowed to go into the bedroom because, you see, I have one speed. It's called squirrel. And when I was 10, you can times this by 10s, dude. I broke everything. I destroyed everything. And my parents were like, listen, Nate, listen, we love you, son, but we need a place where we can, like, think our bedroom off limits. I only remember the bedroom door 4 or 5 times even being open. But the truth is, as the divorce happened and my dad was ripped out of my life, I asked questions and I found out behind the bedroom doors where the verbal, the mental, and the emotional abuse happened in my family. Behind the bedroom doors where the drugs and the alcohol happened in my family. And I talked to my parents and I found out the truth. And my parents were like, Nathan, we were just trying to protect you so you can focus on school. I understand their why. I'm not saying they were wrong. I get it. It wasn't my concern. But it didn't change. So I felt lied to and betrayed. And I remember when I looked at my dad, who was my icon, my hero for so long, I looked at him and said, I'm never going to be like you. I felt lied to and betrayed. But you know what they taught me to do unintentionally? I learned to do it. I watched them. I learned how to put on my mask. I learned how to walk the walk and talk the talk and look the look. I learned how to bury all my hurts, my social, my emotional, my issues, the pressures of life. I learned how to put on my fake face and my fake smile. And I would go to school and everybody on the surface, it looked like I was okay. If I could hand you all a picture, and the picture that I would hand you would be a description of my life. The picture that I would hand you, it would be me sitting on the beach with the most white, pristine sand, and the ocean waters would be crystal clear and aqua blue. The sunsets would be yellows and oranges. The picture would look so beautiful. But below the ocean waters was darkness and depths and predators and prey. And I was screaming, but I was silent. And I didn't know as a young man that it's okay to not be okay. And if I ask the question, how many of you sitting in here, when I talk about the mask and the fake face and the fake smile, and you go through the motions, but really at the end of the day, you've got issues and you've got stuff going on. How many of you, if you're honest, can relate to that mask? Raise your hand. Lots of us do, right? And I see the thing is, many of us, we wear the mask, and we think the mask is keeping us safe, but I had to learn the hard way that the mask that I wore was the very thing that could hold me hostage. Because truthfully, at the end of the day, listen, guys, man, I know we don't want to talk about some of the emotional and social issues and some of the challenges that we have from peer pressure and worrying about fitting in with certain groups and crowds and cliques of people, and we have stuff going on, and some of us really have the tools to cope with those mechanisms, right? And so we wear the mask and we act like it's all okay, but honestly, we're screaming, but we're silent. And for me, the mask that I wore, what happens is pressure begins to build, and pressure thus creeps. And we don't deal with the social, the emotional, the mental, the pressures of life with the way that we as people are supposed to. It can cause us to make bad and poor and dangerous decisions and choices. And being disruptive and disrespectful, I promise you, who you surround yourself with matters. It will impact you. This is what I've learned, and I've learned it from my own journey. You can tell me who you are, but I don't need you to tell me who you are. I just need to see your friends, and I can tell you exactly who you are. Who you surround yourself with matters. Show me your friends, and I can tell you exactly the type of person that you are. You see, friendship is so important. And why it's so important? Because some of you can have dreams and goals and epic ideas to achieve amazing things, and I mean it. You're meant to leave your fingerprints on history. But if you're surrounding yourself with people who aren't about the right, and if you're surrounding yourself with people who aren't making the right choices and the right decisions, I promise you they're going to affect you. And if you want to achieve greatness, if you want to achieve your full potential, it's not going to be spoon-fed to you. And who you surround yourself with is going to impact you. Make good choices, good things happen. Feed what I want to do, feed where I want to go, starve the negativity, starve the destructive behavior. It'll die. What I feed grows. The greatest tool you and I have as people, this is what makes us unique beyond every other living being entity that has a heartbeat on this planet. Every other animal, every other germ, every other specimen, I don't care what's out there that's a living organism. What makes you and I unique is whatever we put our time and our focus into grows. What we feed will build, and what we starve will die. Time and focus are the most two valuable tools we have as people. Because if I can learn to focus my time on something, and my energy and my intention on something, it will magnify. If I take that magnifying glass and I put it on that piece of paper with that sun, the time and the focus will burn that thing up. And everything that you face in your life is the exact same way. You don't have to be the most qualified. You don't have to be the most gifted. You don't have to be the most talented. I don't care what your past has been. I don't care what you have been through. Begin to take control, put your time, your focus, and the energy on the objectives that you want to create for your life, and go get it. And I don't care about anybody's negativity around you. Drown them out. Be the shark around that prey. You circle that thing over and over again, and you don't let anything distract you. I promise you, that's what I did, man. I wrote those words, change the world, and I started every single day. I want to take ownership of my life, and I'm going to make choices that build and don't tear down. I developed 5 habits in my heart, my mind. It's a whole other talk that I could get into. I'm not going to get into too much, but let me hit a few points. But every day I started to say, hey, if I can live a life of transparency, accountability, which means I'm going to talk, I'm going to allow mentors and coaches into my life. I can't do this on my own. I need community. We were born to live in relationship with people. None of us are an island, but that causes me to live transparent. I've got to be willing to talk about my stuff, even though it's super uncomfortable sometimes, even though sometimes I don't trust people, even though sometimes I don't feel like people always have my best interest in mind. I'm not telling you to air your man out there to anybody, but there are people in your life that you've got to allow to lean on. Transparency is a powerful tool because it also causes you to process and for you to think. I talk to people not because I need you to always give me a great answer. I talk to people because I believe in the human mind, and we are freaking geniuses. Every single one of you in here, man, you are a genius. You have the ability to process, to think, to decision make, to create. You are a unique, very unique person. I wanted to value people, not for what they could give me, but just for who they are. And I realized to all the bullies in here, all of you that you know you hide behind your words and your fists, you know the number one way that I began to find real worth and real value? See, I told you at the beginning, what you take, you can't keep. You can't take your work and your value from us, but what you give away always comes back around like a boomerang. And I realized when I started doing random acts of kindness, valuing people, caring about people, being intentional of helping people that I knew were struggling or alone, what began to happen is it gave me a real sense of worth, because you can't change experiences. And when I knew that I had helped people, it helped me subconsciously realize I had worth. What you give away, you get to keep. And we would kick it. We would have a closer friendship than probably the most of the rest of the majority, because we're living life together. And the thing is, I would be the dude that knows your dreams and your goals, Will. I would know your hurts, your pains, your struggles. I would be the dude when you thought old girl was cute, you sent a text message to. I would be the dude when old boy disrespected you. I would talk you back from going and smashing them because you couldn't do that. Bro, if you were my guy, see, best friends aren't just a title. My job in your life, if I'm putting you in my circle, if I'm putting you in my space, if I'm going to live in your circle and in your space, best friends, those people in your life, it's not just a title. It's a responsibility. That means I know your hurts and your pains. I know your dreams. I know your goals. And I'm supposed to do whatever it takes, man, because I believe in you and I care about you. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that we get to the next level and that we win, because I refuse to see you fail. Hard work works, y'all. See, some of you have dreams and goals, but hard work, you can't get around it. I wish there was a magic wand that I could wave, that your passion, your dream, that thing you want to achieve, it could just happen, but it can't. Hard work is required. See, dreams and goals, hard work works. And what I mean by this, hard work and making good choices. Good choices will always position you in life to win. Hard work works. And I know some of you, listen to me very clearly, every A is not an A. I don't care how much you can jump on Google and get the answer and get your report card or your grade sheet or your teachers in your school to think that you're getting the A. If you're cutting corners, if you're taking shortcuts, every A is not an A. You're not robbing anybody else but you. See, hard work and making good choices, they work hand in hand. In this room, I promise you, are doctors and teachers and actors and athletes, musicians, social workers, cardiologists, cosmetologists, but it won't happen by accident. Hard work works. And you know what's great about our culture, y'all? The world's lazy. It's a good thing for you and me. Kind of, but not really, but yeah, kind of. Here's what I mean by that. Nobody wants to do it. Everybody will talk about it. Everybody will post about it. But nobody wants to roll up their sleeves and just go get it. And so what that means for me, if I don't have to be the most qualified, I don't have to be the most talented, all I got to begin to do is to apply myself. And by default, I'm going to separate myself from the crowd. Many of you have a turtle shell on your back, and when things get tough, I'm going into defense, protect, mask mode. And he said this to me. He said, Nathan, let me ask you, did you want to be uncomfortable? Did you really want to address the issues about your mental health? Did you really want to address the issues about your drug addiction? Did you really want to address the issues about your lack of your father in your life? Did you really want to address the issues about your attitude and how you treated others and your responsibility, your lack of discipline and self-respect? Did you really want to talk to people about the fact that you had put a rope around your neck? And I said, not really. It's kind of uncomfortable. He said, you're right. So if I had this knife right now, or if I had this pencil, and I said, put your hand out, and I'm putting the pencil through your hand, what are you going to do? But he said this, what if I told you, if I don't put the pencil or the knife through your hand, your daughter will die? Cut my hand off. I won't move it for 1,000,000 years. Forget my hand, take my life. He said, so what you just realized is that you are putting value on that uncomfortable moment because you knew that there was something of great value to you, and it was where you were willing to get uncomfortable. Yes. You see, the reason why many of us battle sometimes with change, the reason why many of us battle sometimes with words like anxiety, depression, we battle with some of our mental health issues, or we battle with the suicidal ideologies and talking about it, or we battle with the issues that we're struggling with. It's because we don't understand the great value it takes and how much it can help you because it's so uncomfortable. But when you begin to understand being uncomfortable is the only way we're going to get it better. There's no way around it. You've got to be willing to be uncomfortable. But that's okay because we've placed value on being uncomfortable. I know if I begin to talk about my stuff and find the courage and begin to speak up and to speak out and process my emotions and find those trusted, caring adults and find those good friends that I can lean on, and if I can speak up and speak out and not worry and be anxious and have the anxiety of what's their expectation, and when I talk about this, I didn't see this coming from you, Nathan. He said, no. When you're willing to understand that truthfully, we can change and we can overcome because we're not technology. We have a brain, we have a heart, we have a breath, we have free will, we have choice. People can change. See, I know what it's like to go through the motions, and I know what it's like, man, to have the pressure of acting and talking and looking a certain type of way and fitting in with certain groups and crowds and cliques of people, and the pressure from the community and the pressure from the people around us, the pressure from those peers wanting us to maintain these images. And man, if we were 100% real, raw, truthful, and honest, even though we don't like to admit it, man, we care so much about what people think about us. And if we're not careful, we find ourselves trying to meet the expectations of everybody else. And it's not wrong to have people have expectations on us. But at the end of the day, man, if you're only focusing on what you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to become, it's going to have all this anxiety attached to it because we fall short. And I had to learn the hard way, man. We are all beautifully broken somehow, some way. We've all got stuff, man. And it's not about you being perfect. And it's not about your performance all the time. It's about daily progress because nobody can judge you if you're applying yourself with your effort. You only know you. And you can sell yourself short this year if you want to. And you can cut the corners if you want to. And you can do just enough to get by if you want to. But I promise y'all, man, as you guys grow up and as you continue to mature and as you look back in the rearview mirror of your life, if you don't take control and understand that this is your moment, And if you don't take control of this, man, regrets, thoughts of, man, I wish I should have and I could have, and only what if, they will come alive. But man, you're at a place and a space in all of your lives right now that you control your destiny and nobody can take it from you. And I want you to dream big and dream outlandish and set goals and benchmarks that seem sometimes even too far to attain. Because I promise you, your dreams and your goals, they shouldn't come easy. And if dreams and goals and things you want to pursue and things you want to become, if they're coming easy, I'm challenging you to step the bar even higher, because you can press yourself and you can grow. And it's tough, man. Grow and change and becoming the better you. It's not comfortable. Nobody likes to be uncomfortable, but change takes change. And nobody can change without being a little bit uncomfortable. And the reason a lot of us don't change our attitudes, our behaviors, how we treat each other, is because we don't like to be uncomfortable. It's easier to go back to being who we've always been. But man, that's never going to give you your destiny. I'm passionate about these things, man, because I mean it. I've lived it. I've walked both sides of the aisle. A lot of y'all know that. If you don't remember exactly, I come from a broken family. My moms and my dad set me down at a young age. And my dad was ripped out of my life. And he was my icon. And he was my mentor. And he was my role model. And he was yanked out of my life. And man, I blamed him for all of my hurts and all of my pains. And I wore my mask. And I walked the walk. And I talked the talk. And I acted like I was okay. And I went through the motions. And everything on the surface looked so picture perfect. But below the surface was hurts and pains and anger and frustration and wounds. But I was so afraid to talk about it. And I thought keeping my mask on and letting everybody think that on the surface that I was okay was going to keep me safe. But at the end of the day, it was the very prison that was enchaining me, man. And I had to learn the hard way that we're beautifully broken and we're better together. And every single person has stuff. And the more that I don't isolate and don't try to become an island and do this on my own, man, we are better together and we need each other. Every student in here, you need your classmates, you need your friends, you need mentors and teachers and parents in your lives. And even though sometimes, man, we think in our culture we can figure this thing all out, I promise you, you need not only friends on a horizontal plane, you've got to have people in your life on a vertical plane that can speak into your life, that's walked through some challenges in their life, and that can help you from making the same mistakes that maybe they've made. And I used to fight against that, man. I was so against allowing any kind of influential authority figure in my life because I thought they were trying to control me. But now as I turn around on the hindsight, I realize those people were just trying to prevent me from making the same mistakes that they made. And if I could go back and yield to some of those words of wisdom, I promise you I would. But I wore my mask. And I went from middle school to high school. And I compromised myself. And what I mean by that is I gave in to the peer pressure of the people around me. When I went from middle school to high school, I had some great friends in my life. But man, those friends were the popular kids, so I thought I had to change up who I was to fit in. I changed up who I was so all of you would accept me and all of you would like me and I would fit the molds and the types of the people that you thought I was supposed to become. And I walked away from real friends that value me. Biggest mistake in my life. As I began to hang out with the new crew and the new crowd and the new cliques of kids, they didn't value me. And I'll tell you what, who you spend time with, they will influence your life. And I began to create some terrible habits and how I treated people, because hurting people hurt people. And y'all know that. A lot of us, we can call it bullying, but let's call it what it really is. It's verbal, mental, and emotional abuse, and it's wrong. Hurting people hurt people. And so a lot of times, some of us come to school and we act like we just don't care. And we act like we got this thick skin with this attitude, like we're good, we're cool, and we laugh and we pick on kids and we get our friends to laugh at our jokes. But when you yank all the smoke and the mirrors away and it's just you by yourself, you don't like who you see because you're hurting and you don't know how to deal with your hurts and your pain. So you lash out and you hurt people. And for some of us, we battle with thoughts of giving up, suicidal thoughts. I know I did. In school, I wore my mask and I dealt with thoughts and maybe nobody cares about me, nobody believes in me. And I remember when I climbed the ladder and I was on the brink of taking my own life. And for some of us, we turn to self-harm because we wear the mask and we don't know how to deal with our hurts and our pains and our emotions, and we see others doing it, so we turn to self-harm. And others of us, we turn to drugs and to alcohol, and we give into the pressure of wanting to get faded and to get blue back and kind of meet the expectations of what everybody else in my school's doing. And so we gave in, we compromised ourselves because we wanted to fit in. But then we began to realize it was a great coping mechanism, so how I didn't have to deal with my hurts and my pains. And it became how I self-medicated. And I would use the drugs, and I would pop the pills, and I would do my thing, wanting to hopefully make all the hurts and the pains go away. But the pressure was building, and the pressure would bust the pipes, and I would wake up every day just as unhappy. So I go back to the bottle, and I go back to the weed, and I go back to the pills, trying to always find the reason for my hurts. And see, a lot of us, we wear these masks, and it comes out in different ways. And for me, I dealt with all of that. For me, straight A's to straight F's, and y'all know the story. A little bit of a reminder, you can't see the picture that well, but it's right here. The picture on your left, you really can't see it at all, but that's me at 18, 19 years old, strung out, tore up from the floor up. I compromised myself, gave in every drug that I could think of. I found myself kicked out of school. And ultimately, I was involved in a terrible accident. My friend Priscilla, she lost her life. You know the story, I've been here enough. And I found myself at 23 years old, back against the wall, and not only had my choices and now affected me, and not only had my choices up to this point of being so afraid to use my tools of communicating and talking and reaching up and reaching out and crying out for help and understanding that we're better together and no one's an island and we need each other. Now my choices and my decisions began to spiral out of control, and it affected other families too. And so for all of you that remember this first couple year talks, we went through all of that last year. And I want to state this as we get going today for this next layer, this next level, this thing that I call the 5 that changed my life. If you're in this room and you're battling with thoughts of giving up, and if you're in this room and behind the mask there's thoughts of maybe nobody cares about me, nobody values me, nobody sees me, I don't see a way out. I don't know how to sugarcoat it, but I just say it. Don't you dare believe the lie. Don't you believe that dying will solve anything. You were born for a purpose. You have a mission in this world. People care about you. And even though sometimes you feel like you're all alone, your feelings can lie to you. Don't you believe the lie that giving up will solve it, because you matter. People care about you. And even though you don't always feel it, your feelings can lie to you. And I can prove it, because I know sometimes in our culture and this generation, we feel like we're all by ourselves. We feel like nobody understands us. We feel like we're all alone. And let me ask this question. I need every junior and every freshman in this room to own this question. And I don't care about the friends that are around you. This is you and me, and this is real, man. And it is raw. And this is our life, and this is our future. How many of you in here, if you were 100% honest with yourself, truthfully being genuine with your feelings and your emotions, are there times in your story, in your life, do you sometimes feel honestly like nobody understands you? And honestly, sometimes you feel like you're all by yourself. Raise your hand. Hold them high, man. And hands go up all across the room. You know why? Because even though we feel like we're all alone, you're not the only person who feels like that. Hands were everywhere. Many of us feel the way you're feeling. Adults feel the way you're feeling. People feel the way you're feeling. But what you can't do is be impulsive and think that making a forever decision to end it solves it. It doesn't. You're robbing you of your destiny. You're robbing people around you that believe in you. I promise you, there is a fear of talking. But when you begin to talk, and I know there's a fear sometimes of, man, what will happen if I say this? This is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and what if, and what if, and what if? We what if, and this anxiety thing grows. And 99.9% of the times, when you actually talk about it, it never turns out nearly as bad as what you think it is. It's that fear of the unknown. I promise you, I ripped my mask off 10 years ago, man, and I've never experienced more freedom, more success, more peace of mind. I realized life isn't about just existing. It's about experiencing all that life has for us. And in this room is greatness. I promise you. And for me, my wreck happened. 23 years old. I go to prison for 15, sentenced to 15 years in prison. And it would have been really easy for me to throw in the towel. It would have been really easy for me to say, you know what, I give up. I come from a broken family, suicidal thoughts, self-harm, eating disorders. I've been homeless. I found myself sick on the streets. I stole from friends. I had been labeled by everybody around me. I battled drug addictions, you name it. I had experienced it. It would have been real easy if there was anybody that could have said, you know what, my past is bigger than my future. I give up. It would have been me. But I remember something that my father taught me when I was that kid. When he told me at the end of the day, Nathan, as long as there's breath in your lungs, there's hope in your heart, don't you dare quit. And he taught me that through that basketball experience that I had when he beat the brakes off me playing basketball. And he told me at the end of the day, Nathan, don't compare yourself. Don't give up. See the problem? He was the problem keeping me from making buckets and making goals. And he said, listen, Nathan, see the problem, identify the problem, then figure out the solution. Don't let the problem consume you. Be consumed with answers and solutions, and you don't stop until you figure it out. Giving up is not an option. And so today, this year 2 talk, this year 3 talk, this talk that I'm about to give on to you guys, man, these are things that I have learned in the last 10 years of my life. When I got released in 2013, 6 years ago. I didn't do 15 years. I got released 11 years early. Why? Because first off, I took control of my life. And what I mean by that, I know as young men and as young ladies and as people, there are things that happen to us that we have no control over, no influence in. We didn't ask for it. We just have to deal with it. Broken families, losing loved ones, verbal, mental, and emotional, physical abuses that have happened to us. Some of us have experienced real tragic, traumatic, difficult situations that we didn't ask for, but it was like somebody put this plate of food and puts it right in front of you and says, this is your life, deal with it. And you're like, man, I don't want it, but it's yours to figure it out. And for some of us, we've had to deal with life consequences because of our poor choices and our poor decisions, and we put our back against the wall because of some of the poor mistakes that we've made, and we got to kind of own those. When I went to prison, it would have been really easy for me to say, you know what, I give up. I didn't ask and deserve some of these things. Some of these things were my own poor choices, my wreck, my accident, my drugs, my addictions. But I didn't ask for my mom or my dad to be broken out of my family. But you know what I realized, y'all? I was allowing things that I had no control over to control me. I used to blame my dad for everything growing up as a kid. I blamed him for my attitude. I blamed him for my drug use. I blamed him for how I treated others. I blamed him when I skipped school. He was my excuse for everything. And at the end of the day, I had no control over that situation, but I was giving it all the control over me. I had to first off recognize something. I'm not going to allow things that I have no control over to control me. I can control how I react. I can control how I respond. And I can control what I do going forward. I took control of my life. Make good choices. Great things happen. Take ownership. Stop making excuses. You know what our culture lacks right now? We lack the ability to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and forgive me. We want to put blame on anybody else and everybody else around us. I've learned when I've made mistakes, I just own it, man. Not because at the end of the day I'm embarrassed, but I know we're all beautifully broken. We all make mistakes. We've all got stuff somehow, some way. And I've learned my mistakes set me up for future wins because I don't lose in life. I win or I learn. I win or I learn. And I may make a mistake, but I own it radically, emphatically. I don't play the blame game. If I was wrong, I make it, I claim it, and I move forward. Because at the end of the day, man, life's about progress. And so for me, 2009, when my wreck happened 10 years ago, I wrote those words, and this is kind of what we talked about at the end of last year for some of us, the juniors. I wrote those words, change the world, slapped on my little prison wall. And I decided then to take control of my life. Priscilla's family, they asked me to do 2 things. First off, they radically forgave me, and I don't know why. They forgave me, and that's a whole other story for another day, for another talk, for another venue. But this family forgave me, and they said, Nathan, we don't think that one dumb choice to destroy 2 families' lives. But they asked me to do 2 things. Don't let our daughter die for nothing, and try to make the world a better place. And I said yes, and I didn't even know what that meant. But I know when I went to that prison, at the end of the day, I wasn't going to look at my circumstances. I wasn't going to look at everything around me. At the end of the day, I was going to be present in the moment, present with my current reality, and absolutely do the best that I could to grow day in and day out with personal growth and personal development. When I came against things that I didn't agree with, or I came against people that I didn't agree with, or I came against an authority at the prison, man, I used to buck authority all the time. I hated authority, but when I had to realize something at the end of the day, if I can't learn to respect people, if I can't learn to respect those around me, if I can't learn to respect the people who are in charge of me, how am I ever going to learn to respect my dream? Because if you don't respect that dream, that thing that's inside of you, and you know what that thing is, that thing that you're passionate about, that thing that if you could do anything in the world, that would be your reality, that would be your future. That thing that's big, that dream that's massive, that thing, if you don't learn to respect people, you're never going to learn to respect that dream. Because unless you respect your dreams and give them your time, your effort, your sacrifice, your focus, unless you're willing to actually take the time to invest in that dream, it's never going to become real. It's called respect. And the best way I've learned to respect my dream was to respect people. The best way I've learned to respect myself was respect people. Letting people's lives have value and understanding that people that can speak into my life, that can help me learn, man, that's tough. Dude, that was the hardest part that was the hardest thing I had to deal with. So here I was in prison, facing 15 years. I wrote "Change the World," slapped it on my bathroom mirror. And I didn't realize it, that I developed these 5 habits in my heart and my mind that's changed my life. I call them the 5. And it wasn't until about 18 months ago that I realized I had developed these attitudes and these characteristics and these habits that's helped me be 10 years sober. That's helped me be 10 years since I've thought of it in my life. That's helped me be 10 years since I've self-harmed. It's helped me be 10 years since I had an eating disorder. That's helped me 10 years overcome depression, anxiety, all these issues. It's these habits that I've developed, and I've now recognized it was these things that I was intentional of wanting to be better at. It's changed my life. I call them the 5, and they're simply this. I learned to be transparent. I learned to be accountable. I learned to work hard. I learned to make good choices, and I had to value people. Those 5 things will change your life forever. And those are 5 things for you to learn to do when you graduate college, or when you learn to graduate, when you're often beginning your career, and after your first mistake. Like, these are 5 things right now as high school students you can begin to say, I want to develop on these each and every day. And I call it the 5, and it's changed my life. Learning to be transparent, accountable, hard work, good choices, and value people. You see, when I talk about being transparent, transparency literally means see-through. I had to live a life that I understood something, that if I wouldn't allow people to see my hurts, my pains, and my struggles, if I wouldn't live a life that was somewhat see-through, where light and vision and people could see some of my shortcomings, where I had to also find the courage to talk about my hurts, my struggles, and my pain. Transparency really is this. It's taking off the mask and the fake smiles and the fake faces and acting like you just don't care, but being honest and truthful with somebody in your life, that mentor, that coach, that trusted, caring adult, those best friends, where you're willing to be transparent and speak up and speak out and understand that it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to make mistakes, but you have to own them. I learned to live a life that was transparent. And you know why? Unless we're willing to be transparent on some of those character defaults that we have, maybe your bad attitudes, your procrastination, how you treat people, your addiction, whatever it is, until I learned to be transparent. The opposite of transparent is being condensed and being having the mask where you can't see. People can't help you if they don't know. And if you're not really ready to change and to let it go, a lot of us say, you know what, Nathan, I hate my anxiety. You know what, Nathan, I hate my depression. You know what, Nathan, I want to stop the addiction. You know what, Nathan, I've been self-harming, but I'm struggling to quit. You know what, Nathan, I want to change this. I know I got a bad attitude. A lot of us will talk about it, but we're so afraid to take the steps called accountability, where you allow people to speak into your life. See, accountability isn't you giving people permission to hold you accountable and get you into trouble. Accountability is for you, because you've already decided there's some areas in your life that you want to change. And change takes intentional choices to be different. And so if there's some things that if you were honest and you gave yourself a real assessment and you were like, you know what, truthfully, I know I got a bad attitude. You know what, truthfully, man, there's an addiction that I've been battling with and I want to get off, but man, I'm struggling. Many of us that battle with self-harm, there's been many of times you've wanted to stop, but you struggle and you can't seem to stop because you've created a poor habit. And many of us who battle those thoughts of giving up, man, you're so afraid to actually let somebody help hold you accountable and to walk through that with you. See, when I began to be transparent and to air my stuff out and to find trusted, caring adults, a mentor, a coach, a friend, when I began to be that person, and I'm not saying you go out here and talk to any random Yahoo in the world, that's not what I'm saying. But we all have those people in our lives that we know care about you. Those are the ones. And when I began to get honest with that person and allowed him to hold me accountable, again, his accountability in my life, it wasn't that he was trying to dictate and be my boss. I had given a trusted, caring friend of mine the permission to call me on my stuff. Why? Again, it's not because I had to meet their expectation. They're holding me accountable because I have a desire to really change. And if I don't change attitudes, nothing's going to change. Change takes intentional choices to be different. So for me, I started being transparent. I took off my mask and being accountable. And then I realized hard work works. You can't get around hard work, y'all. I'll be honest, our culture, let's be real, we're lazy, y'all. Be honest, it's so easy for us just to jump on Google to find every answer to every question that we want. And at the end of the day, yep, you may get an A, but not every A is an A. And this is what I'm saying by that. You can jump on there and you can cut the corners and you can make every little loophole and still get on the surface what looks like an A, but you didn't learn anything about life. Why would you rob yourself the ability to really grow in life? Not every A is an A. I don't care what you say. At the end of the day, you can't get around hard work. And this is what's amazing about this world we live in. Success, it's not that difficult, y'all, because 99.9% of the people out there, and that may be a high exaggeration, but it's not too high, the majority of the people don't really want to put in the work. They don't want to roll up their sleeves and actually go after their dream. We all like to talk about it. We all like to post about it. We all like to tell people about it. But talk is cheap. What you do is what you believe, y'all. And for the most part, people don't want to put in the work. And so if you can just begin to take one step after one step, slowly moving towards your dream, I promise you that dream, that goal, that thing you want to achieve, it's not going to be nearly as difficult as what you think it is. Because for the most part, others don't want it as bad as you. But you just got to take control of this thing. Hard work works. And hard work and learning to make good choices in the moment. Listen, you can skip school if you want to, or you don't have to. You can have an attitude if you want to, or you don't have to. You can do random acts of kindness, or you can pick on somebody. You can be disrespectful, or you can be respectful. But I've learned making the right choice, and we all know what the right choice is. All of us, in our heart, in our gut, in our mind, we know what we should and we shouldn't be doing. And the more I learned to listen to that voice, and the more I began to always bounce every idea of my dream of wanting to change the world. I wanted to become an inspirational speaker. I wanted to travel the country. I wanted to give hope to the hopeless, be a voice to the voiceless. That was my dream. And so in the moment, even in the middle of my terrible circumstance, I'm in prison battling all of these issues. Every day when I woke up, I looked at my dream and I said, I'm going to make conscious decisions to make good choices and not bad choices. And I say it a lot, and it's this way. In your mirrors, all my juniors, freshmen, if you're driving, I don't know if you are or not, but in your side view mirrors, it says objects in the mirror are closer than things appear. And what it means, what you see reflecting back at you, it's not as far away as what you think it is. And all of your dreams and all of your goals and the things you want to achieve and the things you want to become, they don't start when you graduate. They're right here. They're right now. Your dreams and your goals are closer than objects appear in the mirror, I promise you. And so for me, I began to slow down and not be impulsive. See, in the moment, when everybody else is doing something, in the moment, when everything else seems like it's not a big deal, I had to slow down and ask myself the question, is this going to help or destroy, build or grow? I don't want to be impulsive in my choices. Hard work, good choices. And then the last one's the toughest one. The last one is one of the most difficult ones that we're facing, and it's learning to value people. You see, growing up, if I was going to be honest, and I believe most of us on the surface are this way, and it's not our fault. It's kind of like the human nature of who we are. We naturally, it seems to be, are pretty self-centered, self-absorbed, self-circulating around me, where I want to go, what I want to do. I realized at the end of the day, when I was growing up, from my youth all the way up to when I was 23, I would only value people if I thought you were benefiting me. If I thought that you could enhance my life, if I thought that you could add to my life, I could gain something from your relationship, that's when I would value you. If I thought I could benefit from you, man, that is selfish. And it took me a long time to realize I don't want to be a person who is self-absorbed, that only has time for people if you can help me. But I want to be a person that is intentional and is very thoughtful of adding value to every person I encounter. How can I add value to the people around me? I don't want to be the person who walks into the room and it becomes all about me, self-absorbed, this, that. And we all know those people. They walk into the room and you're like, oh, shoot, I don't even want to be in this room with that person. We all got them. We all know who they are. And I bet some of us know sometimes that's you. So the biggest challenge that I had to really face in the man in the mirror, that person, was saying, I don't want to be self-centered. I want to learn to be selfless, because this is what I've learned, y'all. What you give away, you get to keep. When I began to be a person that was intentional of adding value to my friends, adding value to people, whoever were brought in front of me that day, whatever life brought in front of me, how can I let every person that I come in contact with know that they matter? How can I do random acts of kindness? And it changed me for a few reasons. For one, when you start doing random acts of appreciation and kindness, it's like a boomerang, y'all. You throw it and it comes right back around. What you give away, you get to keep, man. People will start also seeing that you care about others. They'll start caring about you. And without you even trying to value people to gain position and to gain advancing in your dreams and your goals, when you begin to value people and be a person who cares about people, it always creates opportunity for us to continue to advance in our dream. It's crazy, man. And then what else I've learned is, growing up, there was a lot of times people said, hey, Nathan, you have worth, you have value, I believe in you. And you probably have had those people, right? They tell you, don't give up, we believe in you. And then they tell you it over and over and over again, and yeah, it sounds good. But man, you go back to your house and you're by yourself. Those words, they're just words because you don't feel that way. you don't feel like you have worth and you don't feel like you have value. And so what I've learned is this, and I didn't even see this really coming this way, but I had such a hard time beginning to really have self-belief, of self-worth, self-esteem, understanding that, you know, my past wasn't my bigger than my future, that I could change, that I could overcome my anxiety, my depression, my struggles in life. It was so hard because everybody told me how important I was, but I didn't feel it. But when I started, even in the middle of all of my stuff, I committed in my heart and in my mind, I'm going to be intentional about letting people around me know that they matter. Random acts of kindness, words of encouragement, literally going above and beyond my way to let people know that they matter. Just being a good person, man. You know what began to happen, and I didn't even realize it? I stopped focusing on all the negative attributes of who I was and my lack of self-worth and I stopped focusing on all the things and the negativity, and I started focusing on who could I help and who could I pour out to and who could I give to. And what I realized over time, I stopped focusing on all the things that I could never change, and I realized what you starve will die. What you feed will grow. What I put my time and my focus into, it was always getting bigger. But when I started not allowing the negative lifestyle, the negative energy, the negative people, the negative influence, and all this thing to consume me, and I took my attention off of my failures and started focusing on how can I continue to work on personal development and helping people, I turned around years later and I was like, man, I really have this sense of purpose, self-worth, self-value. Like, I was beginning to believe what people said about me. Why? Because what you give away, you get to keep, y'all. And so I began to work on these 5 areas of my life, learning to be committed. Now, these things don't just happen by accident. You have to be intentional. You have to wake up and say, today, I want to be intentional of making sure I'm being transparent with the people that I trust. I want to make sure I'm being intentional and allowing them to hold me accountable. You don't have to, but how bad do you want that best life that you want to live? Because no one's going to care about your future more than you. I don't care what people say. Yep, teachers and coaches and mentors and parents, they care about you, absolutely. But when it's all said and done, there's only you, and no one will ultimately ever care about the quality of your life more than you. And no one's going to spoon feed it to you, but also nobody can take it from you. Put in the work, make good choices, value people, be accountable, be transparent, and nothing can stop you, y'all. And so what I did when I came home from that prison, in 2013, about 6 years ago, after getting released 11 years early, after I only did 4, and I came to that hometown. And everybody said, Nathan, you want to be an inspiration? What? Dude, you don't have the vernacular that can communicate that message to persuade the audience and the crowd. And I said, you're right, I don't. And you're not the most gifted, the most talented. I said, you're right, I'm not. But this is what I know. Hard work works, and hard work can outwork talented people who don't want to work that hard. I refuse to let the fear of failure hold me hostage. I refuse to let the words of negativity hold me back. This is what I learned. I live by this, man. And I say it in this kind of a paraphrase. You're never going to know if you're going to sink or swim unless you jump in the water. You're never going to know what you can accomplish or what you are going to struggle at unless you get in the game. Some of you are like, you know what? At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, you know, and can I just be real with y'all? Can I be real? Some of y'all just know your attitude sucks. For real. Some of y'all just know that your attitude's crap. You treat people the wrong way. You're disrespectful. Some of you act like you just don't care, but really when no one's around, really you do care, but you have such a fear of letting go of that anger, of that hurt, of that frustration, and it comes out by you hurting people. Some of you, there are areas in your life that you know you're neglecting, and you act like it's no big deal, and we can just gloss over it. Nothing's going to change, y'all. I had to learn the hard way. I had to go through a lot of craziness, and I compromised myself, and I gave into peer pressure, and I gave into this, and I cared so much about all of you accepting me. I just needed all of you to think and give me your self-approval of me, that I was willing to compromise what I knew was right and I was wrong. And you know what it led me to? Heartache, destruction, disasters. Not only my life, I affected another life. I battled with an addiction, man, that about killed me. So I started living by these 5. And I went to that first school 6 years ago because I didn't listen to everybody tell me I was a failure. I didn't listen to their hype. I pursued my dream. I respected my dream and I went for it. I sent 100 packages of paper around with my little promo CD. It said Nathan Harmon promo CD. It was terrible. Hard copy. Spent $400. You have to invest in you, y'all. I'm not talking about just money. I'm talking about your energy, your focus, your effort, your sacrifice, your attention. You got to invest in you. And I did it. I spent $400 of my money that I didn't have, sent all these packets out here in Indiana. One school 6 years ago called me back, and 1 turned to 10, and 10 turned to 30, and 30 turned to 70, and 70 turned to 100. And in 2017, and 2018, and 2019, I became the #1 book school speaker in this nation. Why? Hard work works. Make good choices. Rip off the mask. Don't put it back on. Use the people around you, and care about people, and nothing will stop you, y'all. Like, it really is this simple. But we've got to stop blaming everybody. So I began that journey. But in the middle of that process, after 2 years, the first year I did like 10 schools, and then we did like 30, and then we did like 70. And I'll be honest, man, I started feeling myself like, man, we're making it. We're doing good against all odds. And I was living in Kokomo, Indiana. Kokomo, for all the old folks up in here, it's not a Beach Boys song. I live there. It's where I'm from. And there was a lady named Tammy. Tammy, whatever. And Tammy said, Nate, can I come talk to you? I was like, yeah, Tammy, sure, let's go. I thought for sure Tammy was going to come tell me how proud she was of me. And Tammy was going to tell me how great I did and how much that she's glad I persevered. And Tammy was a business lady who was self-made, started a company from nothing, built this amazing organization, doing really well, an amazing person. And she was like, hey, can I come talk to you? Like, yeah, Tammy, come on. For real, I thought Tammy was going to tell me just how spectacular, how proud she was of me. I need a volunteer. I need one. Come on, I need one. Come on. Please, they're all saying you. They're all saying you. Come on. Let's go. Yep, come on, come up here. Absolutely. What's your name? What is it? Mia. Beautiful name, Mia. Have a seat, Mia. Sit down right there. Watch, y'all. It's so simple. And maybe some of you have seen it before and you need to see it again. But check this out. Tammy showed up and Tammy said, hey, Nate, can I get real with you? And I'm like, yeah, what's up? And I thought for sure, no, she was like, no. Can I get like serious? I want to have a heart to heart. And the whole time, Mia, I thought Tammy was really going to tell me how proud and amazing I was doing, right? Like, for sure. In the back of my head, like, stroke my ego, let me know how proud, like, absolutely. What's up? Be real. Dude, Tammy stepped all over my little ego, my pride, all my feelings. She stepped on me like I was a rag doll. She said, okay, I'm going to get real with you, Nathan. Listen, you're missing meetings. Yeah, you did 70 schools. That's kind of cool, but you're disorganized. You're dropping the ball here. Your focus is over there. And if you think 70 schools is you making a real difference, there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of other schools, and you haven't even tapped the tip of the iceberg yet. Are you settling for this? She said, your priorities are out of whack. And Mia, I wanted to tell Tammy to shut up. Be real. It would have been really easy for me to say, Tammy, shut your mouth, right? Now, really, it wouldn't be the right thing to do. But, man, here I am. I've kind of carved out my own lane, my own space. But here comes Tammy, who I understood was a successful business lady who went from nothing and built something. And I went from nothing with no endorsements, and I was trying to create a space. It's hard to break into the speaking space, man. There's a lot of people that say, Nathan, there's a lot of more. I mean, I get this place in this space. And so I recognize something. I don't need to recreate the wheel, Mia. And at the end of the day, if I will allow people to speak into my life, if I will allow people who are more experienced that can help me so I don't have to make the same mistakes and the same pitfalls, you know what? Shoot, I'm all in. So I listened to her, and Mia, and Tammy said, Nathan, your life is like glass balls and tennis balls. I was like, huh? And she said, no, life's all about choices. Some choices are like glass balls, they're fragile. Other things in life, they're not bad, but they're also not as important. And Nathan, your priorities are out of whack. You're putting too much time and effort and energy into certain things that aren't necessarily bad, but they're not going to benefit your life in the way that certain priorities will. And you're neglecting some areas in your life, Nathan, that if you're not careful, you're going to drop, they're going to shatter, and you can't just put those things back together. And I was like, okay, what do I do? She said, Nathan, I need you to prioritize your life. Like a very sober, serious moment when you really think about what's the most important thing in your life. And I don't want you just to tell me it. I want you to go home and reflect. What are your priorities? And there are the things, Nathan, that you say are priorities, but talk is cheap. What you do is what you believe. And so I listened to her, Mia. And I went home. And literally, I got these glass balls. And I wrote my dream. I want to be a speaker. Mia, if you could do any dream, any goal, any object, what would it be, Mia? What's your passion? Write it down. Think about it. Something that you're just passionate about right now. It can change, but right now, what would it be? You can tell me. I mean, no, you can tell me. Volleyball. Volleyball. You spelled it right. I'm a terrible speller. One time I had a person come up here and they're like, I want to be an anesthesiologist. I was trying to spell it. That's why now I have you guys spell it, because, dude, I will butcher these words. But there's a lot of time y'all don't know how to spell your own dream either, so I don't feel that bad. Volleyball. All of you out here, how many have a dream and a goal? Raise your hand, right? Raise your hand. You got a dream and a goal? Absolutely. On this glass ball, it represents your dream, your goal, the thing you want to achieve, the thing you want to become. Now listen to me. You've been warned. If you put your finger in the ornament, in the hole here, it will cut you. You'll bleed. It'll be bad. I'll get in trouble. Don't do it. Okay? Perfect. Hold this, please. So then I sat down and I realized something else, man. If I wanted my dream to become real, I had to work on my education. My education was going to matter. And when I talk about education, I'm saying you must become an expert at what you want to achieve, what you want to become. Ultimately, what's going to give you success in the space of your dream is you being more educated, more of an expert than those around you, so that you have a better ability to perform the job than others. Your education matters, and it's fragile. So we're done education. Hold that too. And then I had wrote down family. Come back. I got more. I wrote down family. And when I say family, I know some of us, maybe we don't have our biological moms or our dads in our lives, but family, it represents trusted, caring adults, mentors, coaches, people, your support group that will speak into your life. Family. Hold that too. And then the last one I wrote down, it was character. And when I say character, I simply mean this. See, your character matters. If you don't learn to work on your character, your gifts and your talents will put you on platforms, will put you on stages, will put you in areas in your life that your character can't keep you. You may be gifted, you may be talented, but at the end of the day, if you don't know how to respect people, if you don't know how to be punctual and learn how to constantly to self-develop and grow, your character matters. I don't care how gifted you are. If you don't know how to treat people, you're not going to stay in your gift very long. They will find somebody else. How we treat each other matters. Value people. Hold that too. Now I want you to stand up. Come here, man. All right. So now those are the things, Mia, that are important in life. I realize, like, these things matter. Back up a little bit more here, just in case, you drop one. But then I realized, there's a lot of things in life that aren't necessarily bad, but aren't as important. There are glass balls. These things are fragile. Your dream, your education, your support group, and your character. Those things need to take your time, your effort, your focus. But there's other things that we can do in life. We can only do so many things. There's other things like, how many of you guys love sleep? Anybody love sleep? Right, absolutely. Listen, I was a master of sleep. I manipulated the alarm clock to a 15-minute snooze, which means that if I hit snooze one time every single day for 1 year, I swept away 3.7 days of my life by hitting snooze an extra 15 minutes. Do you know how much better in volleyball if you had a dedicated 96 hours just to actually serving or volleying or whatever the volleyball language would be, right? Sleep's not bad. Hold that, please. No, I need you to hold it. Thank you. Oh, okay. We're going to get this together. How about social media, right? We got social media. Nothing wrong with social media. Not that it's bad, but I need you to hold that too. Do you have any friends? What's your friends' names? Nevaeh. Hi, Nevaeh. Oh, bye, Nevaeh. Oh, whatever. Careful. So we got social media. Nevaeh, don't drop her. Listen, are you going to hold Nevaeh or not? Thank you, Nevaeh. Stay right there. Who else are your friends?
Josh.
Josh. Hi, Josh. Like,
Josh!
Okay, this is good. This is good. So hold on. Sorry, Josh. Sorry, Nevaeh. Do you have pets?
Yeah.
What's your pet's name? Don't have animal violence up here now. Oh, sorry, Nevaeh. Like, here. There you go. Like, okay, we're going to get this together. You can only hold so much, right? So we got some pets. We got some friends. Careful. Hold on. That's all you're holding, right? What about what's a hobby besides volleyball? What else do you like to do? Okay. So now look though, here's the reality. Right now you got all this, but what happens if you drop? Hold on. Wait. No. All right. Mia, have a seat. Now watch. Let me see. You can keep your dream. Hold your dream. Tammy was trying to show me something. Priorities matter. There are some things in your life that are fragile. Other things, like Josh, man, you're cool, bro, but I got my education that I got to get done. And at the end of the day, sleep, you're not bad. But when I have time to sleep an extra 15 minutes on the weekend, I can come back. But see, my problem was, and my biggest failure and my biggest mistake was I had priorities and things I wanted to achieve. But when I was in school, I was notorious, but my friends wanted to kick it and clown and go have a good time. And at the end of the day, if I didn't get this certain paper done to get a GPA to have a certain grade so I can maybe get approved to a certain college, at the end of the day, I had these two choices. And it was always easy for me just to be like, and at the end of the day, once you drop your education or you start breaking your circle of your friends and lying to them and breaking trust, or you don't focus on your character, really what I should have done when it's all said and done, when my crew and my friends wanted to hang out, listen, I can't. I got something that I need to do. I can always come back later when I have time. Tammy was trying to teach me to prioritize my life. Our life, your life as freshmen and juniors this year, it's all about priorities. And you can tell me what's important to you, but what you do is what you believe. And how I know this worked, it was when Tammy had this conversation with me, and I went to my team and I said, I'm going to focus this year on being the best communicator possible. I'm going to focus on mentors speaking into my life. I'm going to focus on treating people a special type of way. It was this moment that I went from doing 70 schools just in Indiana to becoming a national and international speaker and became the top book school speaker in the nation. Prioritize your life. It will change your life. Give her a round of applause, man. You can keep that. Y'all listen, man. Check this out. Listen, y'all. Listen. Hold on. Guys, I am passionate about every single word that I shared with you. In this room. And we can laugh and we can joke. But in all seriousness, There are some of us in here that are battling socially and emotionally. There are some of us in here that are compromising ourselves. And see, when I talk about vaping and juuling, I know a lot of y'all are doing it. See, I don't come down on it because you shouldn't in school. I don't come down on it for most of you are of age to do it. I don't come down on you because of the health issues and the finding out. All those are serious, valid reasons. But even on vaping and juuling, you know why I'm such a believer in you guys taking control of your life? It's because it's a compromise. And if you start to compromise on little areas in your life, you will compromise on bigger areas of your life. And you got to begin to understand, at the end of the day, compromise is never going to give you the quality of life that you want. And I don't want any of you to turn around in 5, 10, 15 years and to look back and have all these regrets and all these what ifs. You're at a space and a place right now for you to write your dream down, to write your goal down, really prioritize your life, value people, support each other. My challenge for some of you is when you get home, when you have a moment of quiet, when you're listening to your iTunes, your Spotify, whatever you're doing, to take a second and to really write down something that you really would like to see change in your life. To really take the time to write down something you know you need to find that trusted, caring person that you can talk to about, to be transparent, to learn to be accountable, so that you can really start working hard and making the choices, valuing people, so your dreams, so when you leave here in 2 years or in 4 years, you're walking into the next chapter of your destiny, y'all. We are better together. I learned to follow rules, and I've learned to respect people, not because they demand it. They do deserve it. But if I don't learn to respect people, how will I ever learn to respect my dream? Can you give your teachers and your staff a big round of applause, please? Listen, y'all. Like normal, I got just a couple minutes. I want everybody right now to get your phones out. If you got your phones, I got like 2 minutes. Get your phones out. Hold on. We're gonna take 2 pictures like we did last year, man. I want you to take a picture of this assembly. I want you to take a picture of you and the people around you. Real quick, take those 2 pictures right now. A personal reminder. I like that, man. Listen to me, y'all. Hold on, real quick. When you walk through these doors, man, change takes intentional choices to be different. My team and I, man, we radically record all this stuff. We're always putting powerful content out. Social media isn't going anywhere. We're here to combat it with positivity. Your Life Speaks is the name of all of our stuff. Our IG account's the #1 vehicle that we use. We have a Snapchat, it's not very effective, but our YouTube and our IG are the top vehicles that we use to put out powerful content day in and day out. We have Twitter and Snapchat and Facebook and all of them, but it's IG and YouTube. Listen, guys, we're Your Life Speaks. I'm Nathan Harmon. Thank y'all so much. Hey, Nathan, pop the pill, take the drink, smoke this, experiment with that. Nah, I'm cool. I'm going to prove to my dad that I don't need him. But man, the pressure, it's real. And when external pressures meet internal pressures, tornadoes and hurricanes can happen. And if we don't find healthy releases and outlets, which communication, I've learned more and more, the more I do this, the more I talk, the more I dig in and learn the power of words and how they connect to emotions. Communication, I am settled in my heart and in my mind, is the most powerful tool we have. Because resiliency and perseverance is born in community. Communication is the most powerful tool we as human people have, human connection. And the #1 thing that happens when we experience struggles is we go against it because we want to isolate and protect. And we find ourselves in this vicious push and pull and push and pull. I want to belong, but I don't trust you. I want to feel like I matter, but I feel abandoned. I want to feel like I'm important, but I don't have the tools to speak up and to communicate, because what will you think about me? Nathan, I get it. I'm supposed to talk about it. I need to talk about it. I should talk about it, but I don't know what you'll do with what I talk to you about. So I don't talk to anybody about anything. Hey, Nathan, pop the pill, take the drink, smoke this. Nah, I'm cool. But eventually, the pressure from the outside and the pressure from the inside, and I got to a place in high school where I compromised myself. I popped the pill, I took the drink at the party, and it seems so innocent, it seems so harmless. What I'm saying is this: for some of us who suppress our hurts and our pains and our struggles, when that internal pressure finds these external pressures, and I compromised and I popped the pill and I took the drink and I smoked, man, I did it because I wanted to fit in, but then it became the mask, and it began to numb and to make those things get faded and twisted. It sure made the internal stuff go away. And then it became my coping mechanism. And truthfully, substance abuse, why it's such an enticing way for so many of us who've been through traumas and struggles, because I don't trust you, and I really don't want deep, meaningful relationships, but I can share a common denominator like a habit of an addiction, and yet I can have that sense of community, but I ain't gonna open up to you. And so it's almost like this perfect storm where I can have some sense of belonging to some crowd, to some group, to some clique, but I don't have to begin to have any deep, meaningful relationships because I share a common habit, but I don't trust you. Substance abuse. See, I got involved with this thing called drugs and alcohol. And man, when that outside storm met my internal storm, I went from straight A's to straight F's. Here's a picture, actually. This picture on your left, that's me at 18 years old. 18 years old, I went from being a freshman who was voted going to be the most successful freshman in his class, top 3, 700 freshmen. I was going to prove to my dad that I didn't need him. By the time I was a senior at 18, you name it, I popped it, I tried it, I attempted, I experienced with it. A heartbeat away from a drug overdose. I skipped school 63 times my senior year. I don't even know how that's possible, but I did it. I found myself expelled. I went to the military. I loved the military, but man, that addiction was so big and I couldn't resist. I ended up finding myself with an other than honorable discharge at 19 years old, living with my grandfather at 20. I stole $4,000 from my grandpa at 20 years old to feed my addiction. You see, I have this saying, and I say, don't feed the bear. Because truthfully, when I first began to compromise and to get involved with drugs and alcohol, it seems so innocent. Addiction seems so harmless. Everybody else is doing it. What's the big deal? And yeah, you can kind of have some self-control at the beginning, but it's like bear cubs. Bear cubs, man, they're cute and they're cuddly. They seem so innocent. I always say that if you stumbled across a baby 1-day-old bear cub and you knew mama bear, which would be sad, died giving birth, super sad, but you weren't worried about mama bear killing you, and you found a 1-day-old bear cub, it's cute. The problem is when you begin to feed the bear and the bear grows up, the instincts of the bear won't respect you. The instincts of the bear aren't going to care and play favorites. When you begin to feed the bear, it may seem innocent at the beginning, but as it grows, that addiction, that mentality, those negative thoughts and behaviors, it can grow into something, and the instincts will override it, and it will come for you. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much you had a relationship with it. I don't care how much you've cultivated it and created a time for it, that you thought you were being self-controlling and you thought you were operating in healthy ways of a little bit of substance abuse. What's the big deal? I'm a functioning drunk. I'm a functioning alcoholic. I'm a functioning pot user. I'm a functioning whatever it is, pot pill popper. I don't care what it is. I get to the root. It's compromise, and we're finding ways to try to mask the hurts and the pain. One thing will lead to another. And for me, don't feed the bear. The bear became a thing that I never thought that it would, and the bear began to end my life. Try to, at least. The grit and perseverance and tenacity and resolve. You see, because I know too well, life for many of us, man, there's challenges. I know many of us sitting in these seats, we have faced adversity and circumstances and storms that we didn't ask for. Sometimes it's like we're just a freshman and a sophomore, and we're trying to grow up in life and figure out, first off, who am I and what do I want to do with my life and what's my future hold, and we have all the pressure of just kind of growing up in the culture and trying to fit and find our space. And then we have things that happen to us that we didn't ask for, like serious, challenging issues of maybe abuse, mental, physical, emotional, maybe deaths in our family, maybe adversity that happens in our community, in our school. Like, we've had real challenges and broken families, divorces, right? Like, how many of you sitting in here, if you were honest with me, right? Like, I know sometimes it's like this. Like, we as young people, we didn't ask for some adversity. We didn't ask for some challenges. And it's almost like somebody puts this plate of food right in front of you, right? And they're like, this is life. This is your plate of food. This is all that you get in life. Now deal with it. And you're like, I don't like that. I don't want it. But this is all that you have to deal with because it's the real situation that you're having to figure out. Does anybody understand what I'm talking about? Raise your hand. Yeah, I mean, lots of us. You see, the truth is, our challenge as young men and women, as we're growing up in life, is that we have to continue to develop the tools, and we have to continue to be able to develop the ability that when adversity and when challenges and objects and obstacles get in our way, that's called life, that we've got to be able to understand how to mature in a way that we don't overreact, that we don't act impulsive, that we don't make decisions that will forever impact our future. We don't make decisions that will forever set us back and put us back years behind because we were impulsive or we were erratical or irrational or we didn't understand how to properly process the emotion. Like, we need to, as young people, make sure that as we're facing adversity and challenges, that we understand that it's okay to not be okay, that it's okay that we're going through some things, and that the truth is we're not alone, because many of us in here, even when I asked that question, a wave of hands got raised, that life, not only for students, but for adults, for people, will always be full of challenges. The goal is, though, is for us, like my dad, when he used to smack the basketball off my face. Listen, I have to identify the problem, and then I have to figure out how to get around the problem. I'm not going to get consumed where all my focus, and I'm always just torn up on the problem, because all of my focus is on the problem. I'm not focusing on the solution. How many of you in this school this year, you've heard, you've seen, but somebody in this school, not you, but you have seen or heard a classmate talking about or entertaining the idea, and I need you to be honest. How many of you in this school this year, you have heard one of your classmates talking about or pondering the idea of maybe committing suicide and ending your life? Raise your hand. Hold those hands high. Hold them high. Because every one of those hands right now represents a heartbeat in this school. Every one of your hands represents a young man and a young lady in here that has been contemplating maybe giving up's an option. Maybe they feel like life's just too difficult and too tough, and they feel alone and they feel isolated, and they've seen it on social media and they've seen it on TV, and they've got the idea that maybe I should just end my life. And I see tears and I see the emotions because I know it's real. And I want all of you that pick on kids and how you treat people and how you are tearing people down, you need to realize how you are treating us is causing some of us to think that possibly ending our life is a solution. Your words hurt us. And you know what the truth is? A lot of you wear masks and you treat people a certain way. But the truth is you hide behind your mask because you probably have battled suicidal thoughts yourself. And so you mask it and you act like your skin's thick. But really on the inside, there's times you feel alone and feel abandoned. And I hear the tears, man. All of you, listen to me, young men and young lady that's in this school right now. Any of you that have been contemplating and you've actually thought about, maybe I should just end my life, I would be the very first one to look at you face to face and tell you very boldly, but very matter-of-factly, don't you dare die Don't you dare believe the lie that ending your life, don't you dare believe the lie that ending your life is any answer or any solution, because inside of every single one of you that have been contemplating, maybe I'm alone or I'm isolated and nobody cares about me and I feel is a lie. You are not alone. You are not by yourself. There are people and friends and family and teachers, people here that believe about you. And if you end your life, and I know this is painful, it's wrong, the emotion is here, but these are real issues that you and I and we are struggling with, and you need to understand, every one of you that have been contemplating and even embracing or entertaining the idea, you need to know inside of every one of you is something so special and so great. And if you rob yourself of what you were destined to be, if you and listen, you know, I talk about suicide. I talk about suicide not because I read books about it, because I wanted to talk about it. I didn't want to get educated about suicide, so I wanted to learn about it. I talk about it because I know when those kids, how they treated me and the words they used to say to me. I know what it was like when I was living with my sister and she went to work and I climbed up into the garage when she was gone and I climbed that ladder and I grabbed that rope. I know what it's like to be on the brink. And I'm telling all of you in here, young men and young ladies that have been battling some of these thoughts, it's a lie. Look at me. I can spot out many of you that I know that these have been thoughts that you've battled with this year. They're lies. Don't you dare rob you of what you're born to be. Listen, you're not alone. There are many of us that battle these same thoughts, these same pains, these same struggles. But inside of every one of you, I promise you, if you believe the lie and actually try to take your own life out, you're robbing this community, this school, your family, and you're robbing yourself of what you were destined to be. Because inside of all of you who are battling the ideas of giving up on life, you're robbing. Some of you are born to be doctors and scientists and teachers and entertainers and musicians and radiologists and social workers, counselors. Some of you are born and destined to do amazing things that can impact and change this world. And if you believe the lie and you let the life and the world try to take you out, you are robbing us of what you were born and destined to be. Listen, my little girl, I have a little girl that's 18 months. In the future, she could get sick and have some disease. And maybe you're the one that's born and destined to create the cure. And if you end your life and you rob us of what you were born to be, I need you. And those next to you need you. You're not alone. Don't believe those whispers and don't entertain those thoughts. How's doing tonight? Well, this is a little different. I've been given the amazing opportunity over the last 5 years to have over 750,000 people on one platform or another has heard my voice with this story, the message of just hope, inspiration, encouragement, a message of passion, tenacity, refusing to fail, refusing to quit, and being honest with ourselves, of being real with the man or the woman in the mirror. And so it's a little different today because, well, I'm not at a school assembly. I speak in high schools all across the country, other conferences and opportunities that I get. We just got back from Stuart, Florida. We're heading to Pennsylvania in a month, and Michigan and North Carolina, and it's just been a really neat but I'm local. I'm out of, not local here per se, but Indiana's hometown. Kokomo, Indiana is the stomping ground. So anytime I get an opportunity to share in the Hoosier State here in Indiana, it's my heart. And it's my heart because, listen, there's where's all my students at? Anybody that's in high school right now, middle school, elementary school, should be in college. Where's people that are the age frame where they could be in college, they should be in college? Okay, where's parents at? Can I see some parents in here? We got parents in here. Yeah, that's right. Who's somebody that's just here? They don't know why they're here, right? All right, we got some hands. So, listen, and what's amazing in life is this. Is that every single one of us Every single one of you, from the left to right, the front to the back, every person that's in this room right now that's hearing my voice through this microphone, we've all experienced these things called moments of impact. Moments where a single occurrence, a single event, one situation, one moment of time, where it's like everything around you just gets enhanced. All your senses get enhanced. You remember the clothes that were on your back, the conversations that were coming off the tips of your tongue, the people that were around you, the atmosphere and the environment, where something happens, either good or bad. Maybe some of us, we scored high on our test and we got a grade that we didn't think, or maybe you got the job that you were working hard to get and the application went through and you're going to get a financial outpouring more than what you've been at, or maybe your team won a championship, or you won a championship in AAU or something that's impacted you, a single event where you remember all the details, it's enhanced. It's also when those bad things can happen sometimes, when we lose a family member, we lose, maybe our parents separated, maybe something along those lines. Something happens, though. It's a single event where it just seems like every detail in life is just enhanced. We act like a certain way, and we talk a certain way, and we carry ourselves a certain way because we care about the opinions of those around us. And so tonight, this evening, for this next 45 minutes to an hour, as we just kind of work through my life, man, I'm not here lecturing anybody. I'm not here talking down upon anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody what they can and they can't do. I'm just going to live life with you guys, and we're going to run at the roar, and we're going to realize one thing, that our lives, literally, it speaks, it screams, and it shouts. The actions that we do, man, the proof's going to be in the action. Talk is cheap. And so tonight, for this next hour, maybe you're here with mom, and maybe you're here with your kids, and maybe you're here with dad, and maybe you're here with your aunts or your uncles. At the end of the day, right now, I don't care who you're next to, it's just you and me. And if I could go around this room and look at every single one of you face to face in the eye, I would, because every single one of you have a story. Every single one of you are going through a journey. Every single one of you have had mountaintop experiences and dark valleys of struggles and pain. And if I could, I would listen to every story because I just love people. I want to ask this first question tonight. When I do schools, I have them all raise their hands, and then everyone raise their hands right now. Hands up. I'll do it right anyways. Hands up. Put your hands back down. Then I always tell them to raise your hands back up. Hands up. If your neighbor next to you doesn't have their hands up, you give them a rib shot. And then I have to tell the nurse, sorry about that disclaimer. Okay. I want to ask this question, serious question. How many of you, and parents, this can go for you too, how many of us, we come from growing up in our lives, or maybe we've even experienced as adults, we come from a broken family where mom and dad may be divorced, or maybe you and your spouse have been divorced, or you come from a fractured, a splintered, or a broken family. Would you just raise your hand? In your life, you've experienced that. Me too. Now let me ask this question. And again, you can lie to a lot of people, but there's one person that you can never lie to. The one person that you're always going to be honest with, no matter who and how you mask and masquerade it. It's you in the mirror. You know when you're not okay. How many of us that have came from that broken family, because my hand gets raised for that question too, how many of us can honestly say from that brokenness, from that circumstance, it can honestly say that it has bothered us, it has affected us, it has wounded us, it has angered us, it has caused us at one point in time to act a certain kind of way in our lives? Raise your hand. Me too. And see, my life, when I was growing up, man, my mom and my dad were my everything. I came from a not a broken family when I was a kid. My mom and my dad, and I never had one time, I don't overstate it, I'm not embellishing it, I'm not making it more grandiose or emphasizing it. I never one time did I see my mom or my dad when I was growing up from the first, second, third to the fourth to the fifth grade, did I ever see them fight in front of me. Never did I see them argue, not one serious knockdown argument or fight. Maybe I was naive enough, but I believe that I had a picture-perfect cookie-cutter family, man. I never once saw them have any problems. And see, my dad, he was my rock star, my Superman, my hero, my icon. He was everything that I wanted to be. I believed in my father when he would speak to me, man. I would take his words like it was just absolute truth. And my dad, when I was young, he would look at me and say, Nathan, no matter what you want to be in life, no matter how high it may seem, no matter how far you want to go, no matter how tall that mountain, no matter how deep that valley, if you want something bad enough in life, you don't have to wait for anybody to give it to you. You can just go get it. You can take it. You can work hard for it. You don't need anybody to hand out anything. Good hard work will give you everything. And I believed that when I was a kid. I took that so serious. I remember when I was in the 5th grade going into the 6th grade, the scooter laws weren't quite as strict as they are today. And I wanted to get a scooter so bad, and I worked hard, man. I saved one summer every dollar, every quarter, every dime, every nickel, every penny, every 50, every 100. I saved it all right, and I went out and I bought this brand new scooter, $2,000. All summer long, got the scooter. Had it for 3 days. Boom, wrecked it. Oh, man, I was mad. I mean, mad. And my dad knew I was mad. And maybe some of you have been there before, right? But I've had things that my parents have bought for me before that I've wrecked or I've totaled, or I got new clothes and I trashed them and stained them. And mom and dad have that talk, and probably some of us parents have had that talk. You don't respect anything that I get you. You don't treat things with care. You don't appreciate that. And so my dad didn't buy the scooter for me, though, so he couldn't really say that to me. And he knew I was already mad because I had just sweat, blood, and tears all summer to get the scooter, and 3 days later, boom, it was totaled. $2,000 is out the window. And he looked at me and said, Nathan, I'm going to ask you a question. I looked at him, and I remember this, man. He said, what did you learn working all summer, saving all of your money, just to wreck it 3 days later? I was still mad. I looked at him and laughed. I said, that's simple, Dad. I should have hit the stinking brakes. I should have hit the brakes, dude. What do you want me to say? But see, my dad at a young age, he taught me values and to respect and to be kind and to treat others like you want to be treated. But when I was growing up, we had these things called family meetings. How many of you in your lifetime is your family at one point in time? Have you ever been a part of like family meetings before, right? Could we get some hands raised, right? My dad loved to use family meetings to surprise us, and normally family meetings were called for good stuff, right? Either going on vacation or we were going to go to a shopping trip or something. Family meeting gets called, and I remember like it was yesterday. It was a moment of impact, right? It was one of those moments that I would say 95% of us can sit here and think about that moment. Something's happened in your life where everything gets enhanced, right? But I remember it. I remember the details. Dad looked at mom, mom looked at dad, and they looked at me and my sister. They said, Nikki, Nathan, we need to talk to you. Your mom and I, we're going to get a divorce. And as soon as those words rolled off the tip of my father's tongue, man, it was like the life got sucked out of me. Whew. I looked at him and said, what did you say? People with divorce and separation have problems. I've never seen the problem. I've never seen the fight. I've never seen the argument. I was hurt. It makes sense. You see, when I was growing up, though, I was never allowed in my parents' room ever. And when I say I was never allowed in the room, I mean like never, ever, ever. For the next hour, I could just say the word never, ever, ever. The door, I only remember the door being opened 4, maybe 5 times. And the reasoning they told us that was that, listen, Nikki and Nathan, my sister's name is Nikki, we need some space from you guys, because I was young, 5th, 6th grade. My sister was probably the 10th, 8th, 9th grade. No, she was in the 10th grade because I'm 4 years older. She's 4 years older than me. We need some space, really, from me. I've always known one speed, and it's go. I've only had one characteristic my whole life, and it's the squirrel. I'm everywhere, all times, all places. I mean, it's just who I am. If I was my mom and dad, I'd probably want some space away from me too. But this was different. See, behind that door, they weren't who they said they were to me. Behind the doors where the drugs and the alcohol happened, behind the doors where the verbal, mental, and social abuse happened, behind the door, they weren't who they said they were to me. And as I was growing up in the 6th, 7th grade, as I began to find these things out, I was angry and I was mad. And I remember like it was yesterday, I looked at my dad and said, I'm never going to be like you. I'm never going to drink, I'm never going to drug, I'm never going to party. I I felt lied to and betrayed. See, I understand that they were trying to shield me and protect me because they didn't want us to know, me and my sister, to know the depths of some of the struggle. They were trying to give me a safe environment. I understand that, but how I internalized that and how I took that was that they were living a lie, and they had been wearing a mask, and they had been these chameleons, and that my life was built on deception, and I was so hurt, and I was so wounded. But what they did teach me, they taught me how to wear a mask too. They taught me how to put on the smile and act like everything was okay. They taught me how to act like everything was going to be just picture perfect, and it's to smile and go on about life and keep making good grades and making good choices. But on the inside, I was hurting, and I was dying, and I was wounded, and I was a young kid that wasn't okay. But I didn't think that it wasn't okay to not be okay. And one of the number one things that we need to understand as people, that it is okay to not be okay. That it is okay to not to have it all together. Because there's not a parent, a teacher, there's not a student, there's not a friend, there's not a husband, a wife, a son, or a daughter that has it all together. We're all struggling with something called life, man. We're all trying to figure out purpose and value and where am I going. It is okay to not be okay. And we're in a generation right now that everything's so microwave and surface that we want to bottle everything up, and we don't want to talk and get in depth with some of our emotions. So we masquerade and we shield it and we put a mask over it, and we never face the struggle. We put band-aids on it and we take the Tylenol for the pain, right? We never sit down and begin to talk about some of our stuff. And a lot of us, especially in high school and in middle school and us going across this world, this generation is battling with purpose and value and stuff, identity. Does anybody see me? Does my parents truly love me? Does anybody care about me? Because I tell you what, when I go to schools, I get to talk to students one-on-one. The number one thing that all of our children want is just to know that my mom and my dad really give a darn about me, man. And they know when you're on autopilot. They know when you're on your default setting, when you're there and you're listening, but really you're not listening. We need to be able to build an environment and a culture where our youth, our sons and our daughters know that mom and dad, we care. And I get it, some of us come from those broken families where maybe you and your husband or you and your wife are separated and you're raising a child and two. I understand the reality. I was there too. But at the end of the day, if you guys could just look at your sons and your daughters in the eyes and let them know that I genuinely care about you. See, I was masquerading all of those things, and I acted like I had it all together. I acted like there was no problems. But I was just angry and I was hurt, and I wasn't facing the real me. And the problem with me is, see, I had best friends. I had Jared and Jordan when I was growing up. Jared wanted to go to become a pharmacist. Jordan was going to go to the Army. And if I could have been anything that I wanted to be, I would have been a photographer for the National Geographic, simply because I loved animals, I love photography, and I love to travel. When you put those two together, it's a great job. That was my dream and my passion. And I had Jared and Jordan. And one thing that I always talk about best friends, man, that many of us have best friends, and many of us put ourselves in the best friend-like area of somebody's life, right? But the truth of the matter is, we need to understand what a real best friend is. See, a best friend, what's your name? Brandon, man, if I was your best friend, man, if we were kicking it, we were running, and I was a dude you send a text to, maybe we go hunt, maybe we go out and fish, maybe we go out and just go out and do whatever we're doing, right? Just hanging out, having a good time. If I was your best friend and we had that relationship with each other growing up, that means I would be invested in your life and you would be invested in my life. That means at the end of the day, growing up, if we were bros from middle school to high school, right? You would know the struggles, you would know the journey, you would know the pains, you would know some of the dark, just unbelievably hard times that I've had, and I would know the same things about you. I would also know your dreams and your goals and your future. I would know what you would want to become and who you are and what you're aspiring to be. And see, a real best friend, Brandon, man, what I would be invested and committed and absolutely bound to if I was calling you my best friend, my job is to help get you to the next level. My job is to partner up with you, to invest in you, to push you to greatness, to push you to success, to push you day in and day out to be the best you that you ever could be. And that's a real best friend, man. That's what real friends are. Real friends are there to have each other's back through up, down, ins, and outs. And we push each other to get to the next level because this life is tough. And not one of us are meant to be an island. We need each other. We're a community. When I do schools, when I go into a school somewhere, I always tell the entire school, you're a family. Like it, love it, or leave it. You're a family in this place for the next 4 years. And we need each other. We're not meant to be an island. You're not meant to have to deal with the struggles and the pains on your own and to bottle it up inside. Because when we do that, everything that begins to happen, the expression that comes from that are poor choices. We start looking at drugs and alcohol. We'll start looking into self-harm and thoughts of suicide. We'll start looking at all these other things that we have going on in our life. If we don't recognize that it is okay to not be okay, and I got a friend, and I got a parent, and I got a counselor, and I got a teacher, I got some system of care that I can communicate with. I had Jared and Jordan. But my problem is that I was wearing a mask real well. And my sister was 4 years older than me. And so when I was in the 5th grade, she was a freshman, the 6th grade a sophomore, the 7th grade a junior, the 8th grade a senior. And my idea of what high school was supposed to be was great memories and the good old days, and that's when you leave the legacy, and that's when people are going to remember you. And my sister, where I was from, was a bigger high school, a couple thousand students, and we just won some state championships. And but before I got there was all this pressure and this prestige, and just to me, high school was a big to-do, and I wanted to be the popular kid. And a lot of us in here, all of us that are in school, I know that you struggle with sometimes making sure that you fit in with the people around you. We sometimes will compromise who we are because we're afraid to stand up and to speak up and to speak out and to stand for what we really believe. So sometimes the pressure of the atmosphere and the environment in the school will cause us to act, to talk, and to do things that really we're not okay with because we want to fit in with society. We want to fit in with the culture. And when I went to high school, I had all this pressure to want to be that popular kid and to maintain the images and to fit in with certain groups and cliques of people. I went through my freshman year, and when I went through my freshman year, I had Jared and Jordan. I was in marine biology. I was in photography. I was doing what I was supposed to be doing to become the photographer for the National Geographic. I had Jared and Jordan, good friends around me. We were in the AP classes. When I got done with my freshman year, our school would always take a kind of a poll of what freshmen in the freshman class, from the administrators, the teachers, and the students, who they feel was going to be one of the most successful. Who had the most potential to actually make it out there and to make a name for themselves. And in every one of those conversations and polls, the teachers, administrators, and the students, I was involved in almost every conversation at the top of the class because people knew that I was driven and I had this purpose to become. A lot of it was operating from pain. A lot of it was coming from the hurts of my parents. But when my freshman year got over and I began to grow up to get that 14, 15-year-old, I remember I looked around at my life, right, like a timeline. And I said, okay, I've got 3 years of high school left. What will all of you, the students, think of me at the end of these 3 years? What kind of imprint? What kind of fingerprint? What kind of imprint am I leaving right now? Who do people think I am? And is that who I want you to think I am? Running around with Jared and Jordan and doing the things that I was doing. And at the end of the day, I made one of the worst decisions. And listen, if you're in middle school or high school, elementary in here right now, don't you dare make one of the worst decisions that I ever made in my entire life, is that I decided to cut off good friends that knew me, man, that understood my pains, that were invested in me. I decided to begin to cut off people and systems of care that genuinely were invested and committed to me, so I could begin finding people that would give me the image and the persona and the certain prestige that I thought you wanted to see me with. I was more concerned about what everybody else thought about me than who I truly was. And so I cut off these two friends. And I went to find me these new groups of people, these new groups of kids. And I found them. They're the juniors and the seniors. But see, they weren't invested in me. They weren't locked in with me. They didn't know my struggle. And so I started hanging out with them and kicking it with them. I knew one of them was really popular, and we kind of knew each other, and he was kind of my end with the group. And the problem is, these new friends that weren't invested in me, they started saying, hey, Nathan, Why don't you try this? Why don't you smoke this? And so these kids, these new friends, started calling me Bacon because they said I was fat like a pig. And then they gave me the nickname Nasty Nate. And the reason they gave me the nickname Nasty Nate is because, see, my mama and I and my family, she did the best that she could raising me, but I didn't come from money. And when it was time for me to get new clothes, I never got new clothes. I got a lot of hand-me-downs from cousins and hand-me-downs from uncles and Goodwills and clearance aisles were my family's best friend. I didn't get a lot of the designer things, so I never had top-notch, top-line clothes, right? And then when it came to school supplies even, my mama did the best that she could, but my sister always got to get a black backpack or a white backpack or a gray or a blue backpack, some kind of color-neutral backpack, because I never got new school supplies. I always got the hand-me-downs from my sister. And so I didn't have a lot of nice things, and when I started ripping around with these kids, man, it was a time for me to get my license, and my mom and I went out, we did the best that we could, and we got this old Blazer, but it was beat up, and it was kind of rusted out, and it was a clunker, but it would get you from point A to point B, but it wasn't nice like their stuff, because they had all nice things, so they gave me the nickname Nasty Nate, because they said my stuff doesn't meet up to theirs, and even though, listen, those words they were saying to me, they were hurting me, and every time they would call me Nasty Nate, it was like arrows getting penetrated into my heart, and darts that would just get shot, because words hurt. A lot of us in here, a lot of us that are in school, we know words hurt. But I was willing, because I cared so much about the opinions of all of you, what everybody else thought of me, I was willing to stay around kids that weren't invested in me, students that weren't committed to me, people that didn't have my best well-being in their life, because if I stood next to them and Rodell was with them, at least all of you thought I was part of that group. And even on the inside, words were hurting me. You know, I go into schools and I ask questions. I'm going to ask the same question here tonight. I'm not asking about you. I'm asking, do you know somebody? Do you know somebody in your circle of people? Not you, but you know somebody that has talked about or has mentioned the possibility of maybe just ending their life and committing suicide this year. You've heard someone talk about suicide before. Raise your hand. This year, students, you too. If you're a student, you've heard somebody talk about that. Just raise your hand. You've heard somebody talking about suicide. I go into the schools and I ask those questions. Half the school, most of the time, raises their hands. And I ask questions about how many of them know somebody in the school that's self-harming. And half the school's hands gets raised. And you know why I talk about suicide and self-harm? I talk about it not because I read a book and I wanted to get educated, because you know what? I wanted to have a good talking point so I could go into schools and talk about things like I knew what I was talking about. I talk about suicide because I know what it was like, man, when the verbal abuse and the mental abuse and the physical abuse began happening from these people that I was associated with. And I began believing the thoughts that I was Nasty Nate and I wasn't nobody and that my life didn't have any worth or value or importance. I remember what it was like when I began to have the thoughts of giving up. I remember what it was like when I climbed up step by step up the ladder in my sister's garage. I remember what it was like when I grabbed the rope. And I remember what it was like when I was at the very brink of jumping and I felt like giving up was an option. But at that very point, I realized something. This will solve nothing. Suicide, ending our life, solves nothing. All it's going to do is leave hurting people behind. All it's going to do is end my life. And all it's going to